It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park where the Giants are they still giving up runs? It's 13-0 the final after last night's, incredible walk-off win. We'll get into that. We got a show for you till 6 o'clock tonight.
Oh, we do.
How about that? Till 6 o'clock. And then Derek hits the road for Florida. How about that, Florida man?
Oh, yeah.
How you feeling?
Leaving on a JetBlue plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. I don't know.
Actually, that was not bad. That's not bad by you.
I have no idea why I went Eddie Vedder there, but yeah, I'm leaving. Leaving in a couple hours.
Leaving a couple hours for Florida, and you'll be gone all in next week, and you'll be back. What's your first day back? The 21st?
The 21st, July 21st.
That's a nice run without Derek.
Yeah.
You're looking like 12 days away.
Hey, it's a nice run without you guys, too.
Yeah, no, I said it first. It's a nice day. It's a nice run without you.
Okay.
It's going to feel good. Tim Webb with me tomorrow. Tim's with us today as well. Giants lose 13-0. Dude, I don't know. Justin Verlander, man, this poor guy.
Yeah.
I say poor guy. I know fans out there. I'm sure there are people out there who are miffed at his outing today. Dude, he pitched as well as he's pitched all year today.
Yeah.
A quality start. I mean, if really the one big home run, the big run that you give up is the home run to Bryce Harper, who had a day for his career. The first time in his career that he had 4 extra base hits in a game. That's incredible. And again, he was peppering the wall out in right field. He's hammering. I mean, the last one that he hit made a huge loud thud, 113 miles an hour off the bat. I mean, this is a game you just sort of say after last night's performance, kind of tip your cap. But Verlander, man, I mean, he doesn't feel that way. He's not a tip your cap guy. 4 runs total. 2 of them earned, 2 unearned in the game today. He strikes out 7, doesn't walk anybody, goes 6 innings. It was as good as you could have asked for. And early in the game, I thought he looked kind of like, I don't want to say Verlander of old, but he had some zip on his ball, and not just the fastball, which he touched 97 with, but he had a curveball that had some snap on it in a way that I don't feel like we've seen this year. So clearly the stuff was working. I mean, he wasn't getting knocked around, but 3 errors behind him, and the wheels came off, man. I mean, it was a weird game.
Yeah, I'm not going to blame Verlander for today. I think that, honestly, today, all the energy of last night was sucked out of the ballpark, and everybody was exuberant last night, and they should be. But you saw a lot of mistakes. I mean, yeah, Verlander, it wasn't his best, but at the same time, pretty solid, as you said. 6 innings, 7 strikeouts. It's the offense again. I mean, they made Jesus Luzardo look good today, and he wasn't good since the A's, in my opinion.
No, I mean, he's actually had a pretty good run this year. He's had a couple of bad outings, but his last several starts, he's been really, really sharp. His ERA was really low, and then he had one game, I was looking at it today at the ballpark with Marcus and Young Tony, where he gave up 12 runs in 3 innings of work or something, and his ERA ballooned. But he picked up his 8th win today and had not given up all that much in his last several starts. He's been pretty good. So, again, they struggle against lefties, but this was the offense just getting absolutely whooped for 3 hits at the hands of Jesus Luzardo, and Verlander didn't really matter what he gave up today. He had to be perfect against the Phillies.
Yeah, and also Wilmer Flores not his best game at first base. Dom Smith better last night, as George Contos was saying, picking balls out of the dirt, picking boogers. Ugh. My rule is, poops are funny, boogers not funny in my opinion. But regardless, the Giants.
I think it's all contextual.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I was kind of hoping for when we had a position player pitching in the 9th inning. Let's get our man Casey Schmidt out there.
Well, dude, somebody tweeted at me. I think our guy Babbitt tweeted at me and was asking that, are we going to get Schmidt in this game? Because we had him on the other day, Casey Schmidt, yesterday, right, is when we talked to him. And I said, hey, dude, I know you were a pitcher in college. Have you ever lobbied to close or pitch a game when it gets out of hand? And he said, I absolutely have. Because he said, he throws really hard. Just Casey Schmidt. He's got a really good arm and put up big StatCast numbers when he first came up a few years ago, just with his velocity of throws from third base to first base. So when guys like that, he's like, yeah, I used to close a little bit. And he said he lobbied to try to do it, but he said he wanted to get out there and show what he could do and try to throw as hard as he could. And then he said, I think that kind of played me out of it. I think I blew my chance because I don't understand this new system of putting a position player on the mound and then just having him flip up 50-mile-an-hour pitches.
Well,
I just don't understand what the logic is. People will say, well, they don't want to get hurt. And I go, yeah, but they're out there playing catch every day, right? He's not even it's almost like Yaz has to throw. He has to consciously throw softer, I think, than he would want to throw it at the velocity at which he's throwing.
Yeah,
but playing catch, he's got to be hitting the high 60s, low 70s, right?
Yeah, but Yaz also throwing a little chin at Schwarber there. I mean, he may never do it again either. And that was all in good fun. Schwarber laughed it off, but I don't know. I mean, we need to talk about this game. Let's talk about last night. I'm sorry.
Yeah, forget this game. We don't need to talk about this.
I mean, I got to be honest. It was 13-0. I didn't pay much attention to this game. This game sucked. And at the end of the day, you won the series against the Phillies. Also, good news: the Dodgers have lost 6 in a row. So you're getting them at a low point right now when they come into town. And it sounds like, it's official. So Landon Roop is going to leapfrog Hated Birdsong.
Yeah, we should lay that out. There's an off day tomorrow, so the Giants have adjusted the rotation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Friday it's going to be Dustin May versus Logan Webb. Saturday, Shohei Ohtani versus Landon Roop, which will be very fun. Yamamoto versus Robbie Ray on Sunday. So he definitely would not pitch in the All-Star game. But, yeah, I mean, last night was amazing. Today, who cares?
Yeah, last night, fantastic. There's a couple of different things there. Yeah, Dodgers are coming to town. Big 3-game series. We can talk about that. Rotation has changed. We can talk about that. But on last night's game, I mean, that, to me, undoubtedly, unquestionably, the high point of the season.
Yeah.
On-field high point of the season, without question. I mean, it was an unbelievable comeback win. In a game that felt like, yet again, they're just not going to get enough offensively when you were getting a pretty good pitching performance yesterday. And then here it comes, dude, Patrick Bailey, who's surprisingly been wildly clutch this year. If you look at his clutch stats, I think I tweeted it to you guys, right? I might have tweeted out the details. Somebody put it out on social media last night that while his middle innings numbers, in his early game numbers, and his general numbers are terrible, in late and close or clutch situations, like, he only hits when they need him to hit, which is funny because you'd say, well, we always need him to hit. In the late and close and clutch situations, he's come through. And last night, I mean, everything has to go right for a triple to happen. Everything even more has to go right for an inside-the-park home run, for it to be a 3-run stand-up inside the park, for Bailey to do it. And, I mean, he's a foot from a home run. And you think about the other side of the coin, if that hits off the bricks there and bounces into the bullpen, it's a ground rule double.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're losing runs on that, right? You're not in a situation where you're necessarily going to come back and tie it or win the game. So it was a win last night I thought they had to have. These are all extremely important. You win the season series. Do you split with them? No, you win the season series against Philly now. 4-3 against them. You played a 4-game split in Philly early this year. So it's off to a good start here for the final 6 at home. And as you pointed out, the Dodgers have lost 6 in a row. I mean, how did you react to that game last night? Because every angle of it. I mean, the Dave Fleming call is incredible. And he says, now we've seen everything, which is an incredible call. I mean, I know we had the walk-off inside the park back in 2015 when Angel Pagan did it.
2013.
Was it 2013?
Yes.
I thought it was 15. 13. And that's funny because you get Flannery rounding third with him and waving him in at the same time. But I thought our digital team did a great job with the content they put out last night.
You spin me. Yeah.
People are still a buzz, I think. And I heard it coming in to the park today. It was like I overheard conversations.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, did you see Bailey? Did you see what happened last night? And people explaining it to everybody else. But one of the coolest, most unique plays you'll ever see. If you were here last night, we'd love to hear from you at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Has to be. I don't know that there is a better moment that's happened this year. The Elliot Ramos, Little League home run was fun, and it was hilarious in the way that it happened. And they walk off a lot. The Giants walk off, I believe,
9 times.
More than any team in baseball, though, over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And to do it 9 times already this year is something special. It gives you the ability or the knowledge to know that late in the game you can come back, and even when Bailey's at the plate, even when earlier in the game he'd hit into a double play in a big situation, right, and didn't get the run in when there's guys on base, came through late in the clutch, and that's the kind of win that invigorates a fan base. That's the kind of moment Buster's talking about when he says we're here in the memory-making business. So, I don't know that if you've got another one, throw it at me. But to me, that's the high point of the season for 2025.
Yeah, I would agree, and I will also admit that I did not see the play live, unfortunately. I was watching the game, and I was like, this game might be over, so put on The Bear, the season finale. Pretty good episode. No, I'm kidding. I actually saw it live. But, no, I mean, it was incredible, and, I can't wait for fans to turn on Patrick Bailey that quickly if he doesn't hit again. But, he will go down in Giants lore with that play. And I also got to say, even though it was an incredible play, I'm not surprised because that's just how the Giants have been this season. Even though, they've had their lulls offensively and they had the 16-game straight where they didn't, do 5 runs or more. This year they've won with really good pitching, solid defense, and, being clutch by coming back in games and, having the most walk-off victories this season. So, yeah, it might have been surprised it was Patrick Bailey, but in the way that they won last night, I wasn't surprised just because that's how they've done it this season. So, I don't
by the skin of their teeth is kind of your point.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if that's going to, if they're going to make the playoffs this season. I don't know if this whole way of winning is sustainable too. But last night's the type of play that gives fans hope. that maybe that this season could be different. Maybe that this could propel them to the postseason, and maybe if that happens, they'll look back on that play. But, yeah, last night was fantastic. It's probably one of the best plays in Oracle Park history.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's absolutely one of the best plays in Oracle Park's history, or best moments in terms of like a regular season walk-off victory. The fact that he's standing up at the end of the play is incredible. By the way, I love the Phillies at the end, too. They tried to take a look at it to make sure he touched home plate.
Yeah.
They thought he didn't step on home plate. Bailey was on with Greg and Dickinson today before the game, right?
Yeah,
he was on with them by phone, so you can check that out on thesportsleader.com.
Sounds like he had a good night last night.
Sounded like he called right after he woke up. I mean, and rightly so. I mean, there's an emotional hangover to some of that stuff for sure. After a game like that, I'm sure they partied in the clubhouse and,
of course,
and celebrated the win. You got to turn the page quickly and play a game today. And I wonder how Verlander felt about that. He's like, "Damn, dude, can we party on the off day, please? Can get ready." You know what I mean? He's like, "I got to get ready for the start tomorrow. I'm looking for some offense." So, the bigger picture thing to me on how last night's game plays out, and every moment, like you can have great moments like that are just cool, great moments. They're great individual achievements that happen with a hit for the cycle or a no-hitter or things like that. The difference in a win like that is that it's about the team itself, right? The team had to get guys on base. You had to make the comeback win after you were tied 1-1, and the home run by Schwarber late in the game in the seventh inning maybe feels like it puts the game out of reach with as little as you have been scoring. But because, to your point, they've done this now 9 times in a come-from-behind fashion.
9 times.
For me, it's more about can a quality playoff team find ways to win games? You're not going to be able to win the same way every time out, right? Like, we know when the Niners win what they're doing well. We know that they didn't have the defensive line to win. They did what they needed to do offensively 2 years ago, and the defensive line wasn't there to win a championship. For a baseball team, you've got to find ways to win in the margins, in sloppy ways. I mean, they could have lost all 3 games of this series. They won the game on Monday night and didn't have a hit with runners in scoring position. They got 3 guys in on 3 fielder's choices, right? And the Phillies couldn't hit with runners in scoring position. Yesterday, they finally got it going just a little bit. Hits with runners in scoring position and a big home run from Kyle Schwarber. And then the Giants end up making them pay late, and they finally get the one big knock. It's about putting runners on base like we talked about the other day, applying pressure. And while they're not a power team and they're not going to hit the ball out of the ballpark to win games, I mean, did they homer in the series?
I don't think so.
No, Giants hit a home run in the series. They won
Bailey.
2. Oh, well, yeah, there you go. That's kind of it. I mean, but it is a home run. Outside of hitting the ball out of the ballpark, the only homer in the series is the Patrick Bailey inside the park home run for the Giants, right? Whereas you got Schwarber hitting one yesterday. You had 2 more today for them. They put up 13 and all that, but now they're here nor there. You got to find different ways to win. And a team that can figure out ways to win, even when they're down and out, is a dangerous team. And they've got a bullpen. I know today it didn't look good. Tristan Beck, not a guy you're planning to see in high leverage roles, but that was frustrating for him today for sure. I mean, he threw like all off-speed pitches and 5 straight hits to start the 8th inning, and then Scott Alexander gets knocked around a bit. Neither here nor there, but you've got the weapons here at the All-Star break, 3 games away, and the makings of what I think is probably a playoff team. And again, it's as constructed now, but it's all about finding ways to win and playing your style of game. Now today, the wheels came off with the 3 errors, right? But they were only down 2-0 in the 6th inning. They're on 4-0 in going into the 8th before they give up the 7 in the 8th where the whole thing just explodes. But they were in the ball game into the late innings behind their starting pitcher. So you do that more often than not, you're going to give yourselves a chance to win. And when you've come back as many times as they have, you know that's in the tank.
No, definitely. I mean, I think there's so many times this season where we've said like they could have lost this series and they end up sweeping or they won 2 out of 3. It's just the way that they've been going about this whole season, really. So. Yeah, I mean, last night was electric. Today, it is what it is. You're feeling good right now. You're only 5 back. I mean, I still don't think the division is going to be there for the Giants. But you know what? It's there on the table. I mean, right now the Dodgers are reeling. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens this weekend. But I think you can have this All-Star break or go into the All-Star break on a high note. So, yeah, I think right now if you're a Giants fan, you're feeling good right now.
If you take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, you're 4 back going into the All-Star break of the division. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's get to your calls. Your thoughts on last night. Are you willing to sweep this one under the rug because last night won the series?
I think so. Come on.
What does 4 games back of the division behind the Dodgers? That would mean you took 2 of the next 3. And by the way, they've changed the rotation. You got Logan Webb on Friday. You got Landon Roop on Saturday. You've got Robbie Ray on Sunday. Those are the 3 best guys in the rotation going right now, in my opinion. Right? You've got the 3 best right now, and you're going against 3 of their best You're not going to see Kershaw, but you're going to see Dustin May. You're going to see Shohei Ohtani, who's not going deep into games yet, but you're going to see him for a chunk of time. And then you'll see Yamamoto on Sunday. 808 KNBR, if the Giants take 2 of 3, they're 4 back into the All-Star break. Is that making you feel like you got a shot at the division? 808 KNBR, let us know your thoughts last night, today's game, and we'll get into that question as to whether or not the Giants can take the division down 4 into the All-Star break. We'll do that next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, on a 13-0 Wednesday on The Sports Leader.
Well, Derek is boarding the big bird tonight, so make sure to jump on the Sports Leader YouTube chat and tell him how much you'll miss him, how much you'll miss his dance moves, his movie reviews, and his stories about weightlifting all day right here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
I'll tell you this about Patrick Bailey. He's having a tough year offensively, but he does have the clutch gene.
That is true. Bailey batting left-handed against the righty Romano. First and third, one out. Patrick hits a high drive. Deep right center field. This one is off the top of the wall, and it ricochets, and it's rolling on the warning track. 2 runs are in. Bailey coming around third. Patrick Bailey scores! It's an inside the park walk-off home run. Now we've seen everything. And Patrick Bailey gets tackled as he crosses home plate. Amazing.
That's one of the greatest calls you'll ever hear, man. I mean, Dave Fleming is one, incredible at what he does in all the sports that he calls, but in the moments that he's gotten to call in the 23, 24 years that he's been here with the Giants, right, 2003 or whatever till now. And his first game was the Kevin Millwood no-hitter for the Phillies against the Giants, right? People were like, you can't ever come back, Dave. You're not allowed to call games anymore. They were joking with him on the post-game wrap, but from the Barry home runs to the World Series to the no-hitters to the perfect games to the walk-off hits to the now he's hosting events on the field. Like, Dave's our guy, and he's had so many legendary calls, and it's so cool. Baseball, I mean, all sports in general in terms of the calls that go with the moments that make it so special, and when we relive it, it feels like you can relive that exact excitement because of the emotion that's in that call. But last night was a really special one, and props to FP, by the way, for just laying out. For letting Dave get the call out, too. I mean, that's a hard thing to do.
FP Adamas.
Yeah, exactly, dude. FP Adamas, dude. Frank Postradamus.
Yep.
Frank Paul Stradamus is what we'll call him. That's what we're looking for.
No, but I mean,
an incredible call, dude. Now we've seen everything.
Dude,
it was
Dave,
just a legendary moment.
Dave knows how to just capture the moment. I mean, every time he says, off the wall, like just the way he lets his voice hang, Dave's the best.
It is. Oh, yeah, right. He'll hang there for it. So, 808 KNBR, we're all still buzzing.
This one is off the top of the wall.
Dave's the man. Dave's the man.
808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. I do have to tell you, once I find this here, Tim, I do have to tell you the Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home or planning your children's future or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. We're talking about last night's game. We're debating a little Verlander. I saw one of our former colleague, Eric Engel, who does the Locked On Giants podcast.
Triple E?
Triple E tweeted out just a little bit ago, like 2 hours ago. He says, Verlander's had half a season to figure this out. He's winless. It's time to move on and go with Wisenhunt. And I was like, today's the day you say that, brother?
Not today, but that's a debate post All-Star break, I would say. I mean, how much longer can you put up with this? But at the same time...
Put up with it. He's coming off the worst start of the season. We've talked about this. He's only had like 4 starts all year of his 15 where he's given up more than 3 earned runs. Today, only 2 earned allowed over 6 innings, 7 hits. Again, it was 4 runs, but 2 earned, 7 strikeouts, no walks. He also is the owner of the worst run support stat of any starting pitcher in baseball. He gets less run support than anybody in baseball. The Giants are now 4-9, I believe, or 4-10. Maybe it's 4-11 in his 15 starts in. I have to look exactly. He's not winless, he's winless. The team itself is not winless, but that number in and of itself should show you how ineffective they've been offensively when he's on the mound.
No doubt. I mean, it's not all his fault, but at this point, you're right before the All-Star break and you're 0 for 7 on the season. It's rough right now, but at the same time, I don't know what's better. I mean, like we said, we keep talking about the options right after Landon Roop when it's Hated Birdsong and Justin Verlander. I mean, you could call up Carson Wisenhunt, but is it that much better, or you just want to see something different?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's as bad as people are making it out to be.
It's not, but
his numbers aren't indicative totally of how everything is played out. He's not been great, but today he was pretty good. He was better than pretty good. He was a quality start and better than that, and they gave him nothing. So when your team scores 0, it's hard for me to come out any one day and go, you got to get rid of this starter. This good team scored nothing.
Yeah.
They gave up 2 earned runs, and by the way, they didn't do anything behind him to get outs. 3 errors made behind him.
No, I mean, he did not get a lot of help today. So I don't know if today's like the day you do that, but you maybe have a conversation down the line. We'll see what happens. I mean, right now it's a debate between, him and Hated Birdsong if you want to bring up Carson Wisenhunt, but Yeah, it's not all his fault. It doesn't look good right now. But
okay, but what if here's my thing is, what if you bring up Whisenhunt? So if you bring up Whisenhunt, what are you doing with Verlander? He's not going to the bullpen.
No, I know.
You're just trading him, or you're releasing him, and that's not happening. Like,
well,
he's not pitched that bad.
How much can you get for him right now?
I don't know. My thing is, if somebody would take him, shouldn't you hold on to him?
Well, he has a no trade clause too, so you have to give him to the right team that he's willing to go to.
I don't think that's where we are. Like, that's not what I'm looking at. I don't like that. Would surprise me at this point, because then what? We keep talking about the depth of the starting pitchers.
Yeah.
So you bring up Whisenhunt, and let's say he gets ripped around for 4 starts. Then where do we go? Then where's everybody? Then I'm like, well, I would take a Verlander, 2 earned over 5 at this point. You know what I'm saying? I'll take a 4.5 ERA when the guy's posted a.
No, I mean, you're
5.
right.
It's not like Whisenhunt's pitching well. That's kind of my point. He's not killing it down in AAA right now.
It's just because the other guys are so electric in Logan Webb and Robbie Ray that when it's not perfect and you're not winning games 1-0, then people are going to crap all over Verlander. It's not fair. It is not fair. But also
he dropped his ERA today, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he pitched well today, but it just hasn't been good for most of the season. So I'm with you, Copes. The alternative is not that much better. So you need to hang on to Verlander. But also, I can understand people making the argument for maybe seeing Carson Whisenhunt down the line.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR. Kitty is on the Bay Bridge. What's up, Kitty? You're on the Sports Leader.
How are you guys?
Hey, Kitty.
What's up, Kitty?
Haven't called you guys in a long time. Hey, start off with something good first. The Valkyries, 80-61.
Hey,
after a loss the other night, get back over 500. I like that. Way to go for our Crees.
I know. Exactly. Okay, now we can talk baseball.
All right, cool.
But I'm ready. Hey, I was at that game last night.
Oh, nice.
Unfreaking believable. I mean, but I have a question for the two of you, okay? And it's a weird question.
Okay.
Why would they run afterwards? And I know the momentum was going that way, but why run towards the Phillies dugout? That must have pissed them off even more.
You mean like where they celebrated after the play?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know.
I've never seen it celebrated over there.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I've never seen it happen right there either. It was such a weird play where usually it's like a play at the plate or like there's a sliding play or a walk-off. Then they're all at home plate. Yeah. I sort of feel like when you hear what Patrick Bailey said at the end of the game where they were saying, well, what were you thinking rounding 30? He said, I was trying to pick up Matt Williams, and I just kept thinking, don't fall down. Because you see that sometimes with guys who aren't that fast. They just go tumbling, fall forward. And I sort of think he got going so fast that he wasn't ever going to stop. He just ran across home plate, and he just kept running into the wall until everybody mobbed him. But you see guys run from their teammates on the field, and they try to capture him and jump on top of him. Look, it was a great celebration. I thought it was a blast.
Oh, my God. We were sitting right down there, too. We're like, hey, run into my arms, baby. We're ready. I just wanted to point that out because it was the first time, and I've been going to baseball since, Candlestick, and I'm like, I don't recall ever seeing that. Okay, that was my second point. Third point, hey, Verlander, come on, guys. Get some runs, okay? Let's fluff his aura. Where's your woman that always talks about that? Fluff the aura.
the aura, dude. Talking about Andrea the astrologer.
Andrea the astrologer. Yeah,
right. That's not a bad signal for Andrea. I'm sorry, that's not. We just mentioned it. That's all.
No, I know. Hey, I'm a believer in that. The other thing is, it's just really stupid because I'm on a roll now. You guys ready?
Yeah, let's go, Kitty.
You're definitely on a roll, Kitty.
I love Yastrzemski coming in, okay? I think at that point, why not? But I want to make a comment later, you know me, Instagram or something, and just say, hey, Yaz, you need to work on your slider. I mean, what should I tell him to work on?
Yeah, he's not
going to work on anything.
How about throwing strikes? I appreciate the call, Kitty. He's just got to throw more strikes. I looked at it. It's his second outing of his career as a pitcher. He came into a game last year where the Giants were losing, I think it was 11-2 or something against the Braves, and he walked 3. He gave up 2 more. I was like, yes, if you're coming in like that, you can't be walking, dude. It's like you can't.
Yeah.
Again, you can't be throwing it so soft. I know it doesn't matter.
That's not his job.
The point is to I think if you're throwing it that slowly, no, he's not going to work on it. I'm saying, I think the point is if you're throwing it that slowly, it's so they can hit it so you can make plays and get out of this thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's to kind of move the thing along. Like, you don't want. Yes, thank you. I was waiting for it. I knew we were going there. Call me Cat.
Okay, Kitty Cat. Okay.
Call me Kitty Cat.
Call me Kitty Cat.
You play the motorboat? You play the motorboat, didn't you? Motorboat.
She's still in the house?
Yes.
By the way, to Kitty's first point where they were celebrating, I guess, next to the Phillies dugout.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. When you have the first inside the park walk-off home run by a catcher since 1926.
It's 100 years or something. Yeah.
Since Benny Tate. Old Benny Tate. He could move. You can celebrate and do whatever the hell you want.
Hey, dude, Benny Tate. There's got to be a nickname on Benny Tate.
Benny and the Tate.
Dude, there's got to be a nickname on
I'm
Benny.
singing all day.
Yeah, you've been singing a lot. Well, you're on vacation.
I know. I'm sorry.
I'm looking, dude. Benny Tate. You see how he spells his name? I-E.
I know.
Benny Tate.
You got a problem with that?
No, I'm looking for a nickname.
We called him the Tater Tot.
Yeah, dude.
That's not bad.
He loved to chop a potato. Dude, he doesn't have a nickname on here. Normally they throw all their wacky nicknames on Baseball Reference.
And if you're a 1920s baseball player, you best have a nickname. But old Benny Tate didn't have one. I remember Ben Tate, the Texans running back, but not Benny Tate.
Ben Tate, the running back.
Yeah.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. I see Winemaker and Cam are waiting on the line. We'll get some Warrior calls when we come on back. Were you at the game last night? And how we feeling? Again, if the Giants take 2 or 3 and go 4-2 on this homestand, going into the All-Star game, if they can take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, they'll be 4 back. They're 5 back now. Dodgers have lost 6 in a row. They're 4 back going into the All-Star break. I mean, at that point, I'm thinking playoffs are on the table, and I'm not writing off division. I know we keep saying, you're not going to catch the Dodgers. They're not world beaters the way everybody's acted like they were going to be world beaters this year. Giants did win that one on Friday night. They lost the one on Saturday in L.A. Sunday, again, you lost the game, of course. It also was not a game the Giants.
It was Devers Day.
They did not have their full allotment of game plan for that game. And look, everybody's got to strap them up and go play. That's neither here nor there. I'm just, from what I've seen from the Dodgers this year, they can be got. And there's some other teams out there that are wildly dangerous. The Cubs are dangerous.
Yep.
The Milwaukee Brewers are really dangerous now with Brandon Woodruff coming back. This phenom Mizorowski, who got the Dodgers last night for 12 strikeouts and 6 innings of work, just 1 run allowed. So there's some teams in the National League that are powerhouses. The Giants are proving they can hang with some of them. Again, over 500 against teams above 500. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We'll do it more next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, only here on the Sports Leader.
Call me Cat.
Okay, Cat.
Call me Kitty Cat.
KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a high drive. Way out into right field. It is off the bricks. The
There was Kipe on the call last night, dude.
Kipe losing his voice.
Dude, poor Kipe. Well, dude, I think his voice has kind of been shot a little bit since the weekend.
Yeah.
I heard him on the pregame the other night, and I said to Tim, I was like, is he sick, or is he just, no, he's just going through some with the losing the voice. And sometimes you get the frog in there. But, dude, he was
still good.
And it's so funny because you don't know where you're going on those calls,
Yeah.
right? I mean, like, it's much different for a guy like Mike Breen, who's counting down with the clock, right? Where he knows he can do the build-up, and now he dribbles right, and he's got the shot off. You can time and, like, build your voice. You have no idea at the start of a baseball play what the potential result of the play will be. In basketball and in football, you kind of know what the end result must be for the play, whether you're reacting a lot. And in baseball, there's never a moment where anybody just goes, "Ah!" Like in basketball, it happens, right? Like something crazy happens. And it builds, and then it has a big cap. Baseball, I mean, this is the magic of a game like this without clock, where you don't know when the thing's going to end. Everybody watching goes, I've never seen anything like this before, because we just haven't. And then Dave saying we've now seen everything is incredible. 925. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I love it. I mean, even Kruko last night was like, I did not see that coming. But I do love it in a baseball broadcast. We're talking about like when there's a lull and they're telling like an old story, like, and that's why they called him Benny the Bone. Deep right to left field. Oh my God.
Dude, our guy Benny Tate, the last dude to hit it inside the park walk-off home run as a catcher. He did it. What year was it?
1926.
1926. I was trying to find his nickname, and I couldn't find a nickname for him. His name was actually Henry Benny Tate.
Oh, so it's a middle name. Okay.
But dude, since he's passed away, like in the 70s he died, he's buried in the same city, same town he was born in West Frankfort, Illinois.
Okay.
But he's buried in a cemetery named Boner Cemetery. Boner. We called him Benny the Bone. He always played hard. I don't know.
Boner Cemetery.
It's not Bonner. I mean, maybe it is, but it's one N.
Dude, I mean, come on. For this show, we're calling it Boner Cemetery.
Come on, dude. You got to be kidding me, dude. I looked at it, I was like, was that really where he's buried?
Him and John Holmes were buried there.
By the way, it's got 5 stars on the 3 Google reviews that are up there. That whole hog's not even in frame. You see that thing? Benny the Bone.
Benny the Bone.
He used to swing it hard. Let's go back out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number to I know, come on. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Winemaker up in Napa. Who'd have thought? Winemaker, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys.
What's up, bro?
So I'm over at my lady's house last night, watching the game with her girls.
Attaboy.
And sitting out in the back by myself when that play happened. And, of course, I'm watching like I do every night. I was close game, going to watch it. I went absolutely A-crap. I was jumping up and down. I'm yelling. I did have a couple extra margaritas. That helped.
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, the dogs are jumping up the whole freaking backyard. That was one of the most exciting things I've ever seen. I've certainly never seen that, and I'm 56. Now, as far as Giants go, I mean, I agree. Verlander's being caned, and Webb, that happens to Webb a lot. I mean, listen, 6 innings, 2 runs, that's like going deep into a game nowadays.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't worry about him, and you can't trade him. Birdsong's the guy that I would send back to the minors. The guy can't throw strikes right now, can't throw consistent. You can see it on his face. He gets frustrated. I get it. But he needs to go fine-tune something, and we either need to bring somebody up, or I really think if we could go get one more veteran pitcher at the trade deadline, that would take this team a long way, because when this team's healthy, energy today just happened. It was the Phillies, and they were pissed off from yesterday, and they just opened up a can. And
they're a good team, man. They're a first-place team. They can hit. Yeah.
Exactly, and guys probably partied a little bit last night. So
yeah,
you know
they
what
did.
I mean. So the point is that I feel really good about where the Giants are right now. Now let's see what happens. We got to take at least one in this series against Dodgers, if not win the series. I know, and then go into it with a good thing. But thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate the call, Winemaker. Dude, how about my guy Winemaker sipping margaritas last night? I like that too. I like that Winemaker's not a he's not a one-pitch dude. He's not a one-trick pony. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum when it comes to a drink order, especially, drinking a margarita on a Tuesday night.
You drink what you want to drink.
Yes. But to what he was saying, like win one, I think if you want to have like good vibes going into the weekend and All-Star break, you need 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers.
I need 2 to feel good. I need 2. Yeah. I mean, 3 is I'm walking on sunshine. You know what I mean? I'm elated.
Good song.
Yeah, great. I thought you were going to sing it if I said it.
Well,
I thought like if they win, I mean, if they sweep the Dodgers, they're 2 back of the division going into the All-Star break.
So here's my thing with
and
that.
Then you start licking your chops.
I mean, I just would be surprised, but then again, like, why should I be? Like, it's right there for the taking. They're 5 back right now, right?
They're 5 back now, yeah.
Yeah, so it could happen. I just think with how, like, with their payroll and everything, like, I would be very surprised if the Dodgers didn't win the NL West. But At the same time, you're right, Copes. The Dodgers really, for the majority of the season, have had pitching woes. And they haven't been this juggernaut that we expected them to be. There's other good teams in the National League as well. They may not end up with the 1 seed when it's all said and done. So, yeah, it's right there for the taking. I still would be surprised. But, yeah, the Giants are nipping at their heels right now.
As it stands right now, I mean, the Dodgers are only – I have to look at exactly how the standings shake up. They're the number 1 team in the National League. They are the 1 seed right now.
Yeah.
But don't forget, like, where it gets really aggressive for those other 2 division teams, and this is what I hate about the structure of the playoffs right now, is you can win your division and still have to play the wild card round.
Right.
Which I'm like, so then it gives no credence to winning a certain division. You know what I mean? So the Mets right now, the Phillies are in first in the East, Cubs in the Central, Dodgers in the West, and the Dodgers are a game and a half better than the Cubs. It looks like maybe 2 games better than the Phillies is the way it stacks up now. Game and a half there. So they're ahead by percentage points effectively. So they're all within a couple of games of each other. Dodgers playing some of the worst baseball they're the coldest team in the National League right now, losers of their last 6.
Yeah.
Which is kind of incredible.
So good time for the Giants to take them on.
Is it? I don't ever know what's a good time to catch the Dodgers. Do you want to catch them when they have to get right, or do you want, it's a fire-up series for them too? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that, but also when they've lost 6 in a row, they're vulnerable right now. At the same time, yes, they could. They're playing their most hated rivals, so yeah, they could definitely turn it on.
And they got walked off on today. Jackson Chourio, a walk-off single in the 10th inning. They got just outclassed yesterday by this kid Mizorowski. The rookie right-hander for Milwaukee. They got beat really bad by the Astros.
18-1 on Friday night, yeah.
The worst loss in the history of Dodger Stadium. It's 17 runs, which is pretty incredible. Let's go to Cam. Cam's in Oakland. What's up, Cam? You're on the Sports Leader.
Tim's getting a caller. Yeah, he just put him on.
Oh, you can see him. All right. What's up, Cam?
Yeah. Hey, D-Pops. Copes, what's going on, guys? Thanks so much for making me a member of the Filth.
Yeah, man.
Of course.
I got a couple of things. One, I want to talk about last night because I went to the game. I was sitting up in nosebleeds 315. Had a long day at work in the car, just listening to dirty work like I always do before going to a game.
Hell yeah, Cam. Hell yeah.
And seeing everything going on and that finally, I thought that we were just going to be playing the same baseball that we've been playing. It's one down by 2 runs. It's like, yeah. I already know people are turning off their computers. Are turning off their TVs. People are leaving, and the magic happened. Wilmer's at the plate. He switches out his bat. He hits one. Patty's up there. He just, I'm telling you, that night was the greatest night that I've had as a Giants fan. And leaving that stadium, hopping on that train, and feeling that energy, it felt like we won a playoff game.
Yeah. I know, dude. I know the feeling. Yeah, go ahead.
And then for us to lose 0-13, it does not even come close to taking the wind out of my sails, because that was such an electric moment that we can sweep this one under the rug. We won this series against the Phillies. We have the Dodgers. This was 16 straight without an off day. We'll take the series against Philly. But now with this 3-game against the Dodgers, we got to stop the wave.
Oh God,
I'm calling all Giants.
Yeah.
All Giants fans, come to Oracle this weekend. Do not let the Dodgers outsell us.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Cam. Thanks so much.
Ride the high, Cam.
That is something that you're going to see this weekend. Is a lot of Dodger Blue comes into town now.
Bleachers will be full.
Their Pantone, whatever the hell they do, it's going to be full. It's going to be obnoxious, but it's going to be a fun series. Hopefully a fun series. That's the thing is I said earlier, I said same as Cam, sweep this one under the rug today, 13-0. And again, it was 2-0 in the 6th. It was 4-0 into the 8th. So while 4-0's not good, and they only had 3 hits to the Giants offense, it's not like you were getting destroyed today. You made 3 errors, and only 2 of those runs were earned. And, you got guys hitting home runs. Bryce Harper, the big bats, got it done. The wheels really came off when 2 guys who are not high-leverage guys came into the game in the 8th inning. And then you decided we're down so big, you just leave them out there to kind of get walloped a bit. And then you stay away from your big bullpen arms. Every bullpen arm that you're hoping to see this weekend against the Dodgers is now fresh, because of what happened today with Tristan Beck, Scott Alexander, and then you throw Mike Yastrzemski in the 9th, so that you have a good Bivens, who did pitch last night and gave up the home run, right? You've got arrested Bivens. You've got arrested Randy Rodriguez. Tim, keep your mouth.
I didn't say anything.
Keep his name out your mouth. And then we've got, the back end of the bullpen. You've got Duvall. You've got Rogers. Ryan Walker, I know people aren't excited about him, but he's had a couple of good outings as of late. You want to be at full strength and at full health, and with your best 3 starters going against LA, I need 2 to feel good about this weekend. I don't think taking 1 and going 3-3 on this homestand feels good at all.
No, I'm with you. I mean, like the last series against the Dodgers, you won that game on Friday night where Casey Schmidt had the grand slam. Saturday night, they got bludgeoned. And then Sunday, you just swept that one under the rug because there was Rafael Devers Day. So, yes, this is probably the first true test against the Dodgers, really, because you throw that game away on Sunday Night Baseball. And then they'll see him again. But, yeah, this series is huge to go into the All-Star break. I want to say 2 things about last night that we haven't got to. I'm glad that happened last night because thank God we're not talking about Rafael Devers blowing off Will Clark again today because I thought we made too much of that yesterday. And now the focus...
You see they put video out of him at first base today working Devers?
Yes.
Yeah, dude, he's still out there working.
Last night, thank God, baseball was the story and not some off-the-field crap that Will Clark doesn't even care about. Second thing is during the game last night, I was shocked by this. Our guy... Dave McCaskill was at the game.
Oh, dude, what a
and you know what?
First of all, take that back. Not our guy. And I know that Derek likes him more now.
I gotta say, I even though he's kind of a D-bag, I will say I kind of respect the villain arc that he has right now, where he's kind of leaning into it. Where he's like, okay, I was banned from my own ballpark in Arizona. I'm showing up to Oracle Park, and you know what? I want to be the villain. I'm going to have a jersey that's on my back that says home run thief. So even though I don't like this guy, you got to respect how villainous he is.
As a guy who likes to play the heel at times myself, and I like to stir the pot, I will say I had respect for him leaning into the villain nature of it.
Right.
Because the issue I had with him is he's interfering with baseball games.
Exactly.
That's the issue I had. But then when you talk to his punk ass, all he has, his bitch ass, all he has to say is...
Play a little ball.
Yeah, dude, all he has to say is, yeah, dude, I played some ball, and, I don't want to interfere with it. I'm just a big baseball fan. I'm retired, and I just like being at the games, and blah, 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 blah. Like, he wanted to play coy, and either he's ignorant and an idiot, or he just knew what he was doing and didn't want to get in trouble for it. Now that he's in trouble for it, he's leaning in. I'm like, well... I guess more power to you, but take all the heckling you can stand. I guess.
I mean, at this point, he's a villain you kind of respect. Like,
I hope nobody said anything to him. I just want nobody to recognize him or know him at all.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't want anybody. I'm sure people said things to him, but it'd be funnier if he doesn't. Don't give him the satisfaction.
Would you say he's kind of like a villain you respect, like Sandman in Spider-Man 3?
No. What? What? No. In Spider-Man 3? No. What? Dude, they did way too much of that movie. They had like Sandman, they had Venom. You bring back Harry to be like the Green Goblin.
Way too many villains.
And then you do that weird thing where Tobey Maguire gets all gothic.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Remember he goes like emo mode or something.
But he danced really well.
Dude, what are you talking about? A quality villain like the Sandman in Spider-Man.
I'm just saying there was a ton of villains in that movie, but Thomas Hayden Church as Sandman, I felt for him.
Yeah, dude, he's just trying to save his daughter.
Yeah,
exactly.
What I mean?
He's a worker. Dude, he's in. By the way, he shows up again in the one where they what's it called? Spider-Man.
Oh, he did?
No, there's No Way Home.
Yeah.
It's that one, the most recent one. No Way Home.
Yeah. The one with all the different timelines and whatnot.
Where you get Toby and you get Andrew Garfield. And those villains, I mean, Jamie Foxx comes back as Electro, and you get Sandman pops back up.
I don't know.
I always
had a soft spot for Sandman. But he's you're right. Dave McCastle's nothing like Sandman.
Dude, Sandman. Dude, I don't know what would be more irritating, fighting him and having to deal with all the sand after, like in your suit when you get home.
Sand gets everywhere.
Or having that as your power. Like it's always just sand up your crack. You know what I mean? You're never going anywhere without sand.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? You become a real, annoying villain. So maybe that's a good superpower to have.
Sand?
You just misunderstood. Kind of misunderstood like Mr. Freeze in Batman and Robin. Well, he just wanted to save my wife.
Well, now you went down a rabbit hole where Tim's going to find all these drops now.
Yeah, I know. That was kind of what I was doing. But like there are villains who are misunderstood.
Of course.
Versus like, what's his name? Lex Luthor, who's Gene Hackman in the original Superman.
Right.
Because I think I've told you before, his whole plan in Superman 1 is to buy all the property on the border of California and Nevada and then he's going to blow California off into the ocean. And then when that happens, he'll own all the beach state real estate in Nevada. I was like, what is this plan? What is this super villain plan? This is lame.
By the way, the new Superman movie is getting good reviews.
Yeah, everybody's saying it's good.
Yeah.
They're saying it's a good movie.
Okay, then Dave McCaskill's not one of those villains that you respect, I guess. But you know what? Are we kind of...
Who's the villain we don't respect? He's more like Hackman in Superman 1.
I guess so. But like, you know what? Like, are we part of the issue that kind of like led him to be this villainous now, where he's leading into it and wearing that jersey?
I mean, maybe. How do we know he didn't have the jersey before? Because he told us.
Oh no, he's leading into it now.
Hold on, he told us that Joey Bart had called him the ball thief.
Yeah,
so I think he's been saying this and telling this story. Like the way he's talked about this and the way he spoke about it to us, he'd repeated some of the same stuff verbatim.
He did.
I think this is the same spiel he gives, and I just think that I think he may have already had that jersey.
If he did, then take everything back I said. But if he... I would think that he got banned from the ballpark. He's like, you know what? If I'm not allowed to go to my own ballpark, I'll show up to places around the country in, the D-backs division, and then I'll get this custom jersey made to show everybody how much that I actually am the home run thief. But if he had it before, that's weak.
What a B. Yeah, what a B.
Where do you hang that? Is that like on the back of your chair?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what a weirdo.
Yeah.
What a freak. Let's go to, why don't we take a break? We'll take more calls on the other side. John in Palo Alto, Frank in Modesto. Dude, Mr. Negative is back.
Oh, hell yeah.
Mr. Negative. I'm waiting to hear from a Mr. Positive and a Mr. Neutral.
I want to hear from Mr. Neutral. We never did yesterday.
Hey, Mr. KNBR.
Yeah. Mr. Negative's my father's name.
What a terrible villain this guy is.
What a bad... 808 KNBR, the worst villain, too. I'm looking for the lame... Who's a lame villain? Lame...
Eggman. Eggman from the original Batman.
The original Batman?
From, like, the Adam West Batman.
The TV show?
Yeah, well, like Vincent Price. He was like, exactly.
There was an Eggman?
Oh, yeah, Eggman.
I watched a lot of that show, and I don't remember that at all.
Tim, you know, like, Adam West Batman?
I am the walrus?
Cuckoo, Cachoo?
The Eggman? No, I have no reference point.
Was he a real butter and Eggman? We'll take a quick break, and we'll get to your calls next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. I'm live from the bunker. The boys are at the studio on the Sports Leader.
and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park. Giants lost 13-0 to the Phillies today, but they won the series, and they have one more series at home here against the Dodgers before the All-Star game. Off day tomorrow, and the Giants have updated and adjusted the rotation for the series. Logan Webb is going to face Dustin May on Friday. On Saturday, Shohei Ohtani is going to start for the Dodgers, and he'll be opposed by Landon Roop. Landon Roop getting moved up, so Hayden Birdsong, I assume, is going to pitch out of the bullpen at some point in this series, if necessary or if available. And then on Sunday, you'll get Robbie Ray, who won't pitch in the All-Star game, but you'll get him out there against the Dodgers on Sunday against Yamamoto. So a bunch of big headliner games this weekend. Should be a lot of fun out at Oracle Park. Derek will be on vacation starting tomorrow. Tim will be with me, and then on Friday, Tim and Kruger and I will all be on the patio for Dirty Work from the Ballpark. How about that?
Sweet.
58 Social. So come on out and hang out. 808 KNBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. We keep we were talking about the guy, Dave McCaskill, who robbed that home run.
Yeah.
And we had him on last week in Arizona. And then he was at the ballpark last night, I guess in the bleachers wearing a jersey that
That's
said
lame. I mean, I'm sorry.
home run thief.
If you're banned
Are you waffling already? You just said you liked it. You just said he was growing on you.
No. Well, I respect his game as far as like leaning into being.
I do not respect his game. No.
Being villainous right now, but at the same time, shouldn't every baseball park in America now say like you can't go to the ballpark? Like I know it's just Arizona where he's banned right now for the remainder of the season, but I think the same thing should apply to Oracle and everywhere else.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't a Major League Baseball thing. The guy's a season. If he were just a fan, if he were just a fan, I think they could. It would be a more difficult thing. Like the way the D-backs got around it was they said, I believe in their statement was that he, as a season ticket holder, was in violation of their fan code of conduct.
Gotcha.
And so because he was in violation, they could remove or revoke his rights as a season ticket holder, banned for the season, and then he can reapply next year. So if he was like, I don't even know, because it wasn't anything like violent. He didn't run the field. He didn't it wasn't like the guys in New York with the Yankees and Mookie Betts and all that. Because that wasn't the case, I don't know that there's like a place for baseball unless they did an investigation, and maybe they should have had something to say about how many reviews, but they would say probably that's why we have reviews. I just don't like the morality of a guy who's doing it the way he's doing it.
Well,
that's not why anybody watches a game. That's not why anybody should be going to a game. You're not part of the game.
No, I totally agree, but he does have a good villain arc right now.
So I was saying, what's the word? You were like, who's a villain that you'd respect, or who's a guy that would fit him? I looked up Egghead. I do vaguely recall.
Oh, Egghead.
I do vaguely Egghead. His name is Edgar Heed, by the way. Egghead, the Batman supervillain. Yeah. Played by Vincent Price in the 1960s.
Excellent.
He used to say, exactly.
Yes.
Additionally, he would use a wide assortment of egg-shaped weapons, like
that's appropriate.
Like laughing gas eggs and tear gas eggs laid by chickens on a diet of onions. That's where he where he got him. Egghead
What do you think about, from the cartoon series, there was the Killer Croc, who was kind of lame?
Killer Croc was around. Somebody else pointed out Condiment King. Do you remember Condiment King?
No, not at all.
Condiment King's a Batman. Condiment King was like
Condiment King?
Dude, he's a
Jeez.
It's one of the lamest villains ever. Multiple people checked in on this one.
I thought that was a dig at me and my sauce take. I really did. I was like, oh, man.
Now, you're mayonnaise man, Tim.
Yeah, there you go.
Condiment King, though, I believe he was created by the Joker. I think he did the Joker dirty or something, as a normal guy.
Right.
And the Joker brainwashed him and made him be a lame villain. It was like, as vengeance, like, you're going to be a villain and you're going to be lame.
Yeah.
So it was the Joker, like, thinking he was playing three-dimensional chess with him.
Right. Okay.
Four-dimensional chess. Chess just is three-dimensional. It's four-dimensional chess.
I would say then that Dave McCaskill, if we're trying to find a villain that kind of represents him well, is like a villain that we don't even care about. So what was it, The Incredibles, where the kid that idolizes Mr. Incredible the whole time?
He makes himself a supervillain.
Yeah, but he's also lame, and no one really cares about him in the end. Even though he kidnaps the family and whatnot, that would be Dave McCaskill. It's who cares about this guy?
Yeah, I like thinking of Caskill as Condiment King. Egghead's giving him too much credit.
Yeah, maybe
because Edgar Heed. That's a pretty good name.
Yeah, it's not bad.
There's guys in the new the Suicide Squad where those are all supposed to be cast off lame superheroes.
Yeah, but those are funny though.
Like Polka Dot Man.
Yeah, exactly.
But they were the 10-eyed man is one dude. There's a lot of really, really bad. Calendar Man is a bad one.
Calendar Man. What about I like
Rainbow. Dude, there's a guy named Kite Man who's a Batman villain. He uses kite weaponry.
Yeah, that sounds lame.
Pretty lame.
What about Clayface? I think Clayface sounds cool, and he was cool in the cartoon show. But in reality, it's that's kind of weird.
He was weird, but he was kind of a badass villain.
Yeah,
Clayface is a pretty good Batman villain.
Okay.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR. Let's go to our guy, Mr. Negative, who's been waiting a while.
Mr. Negative.
Mr. Negative, you're on the Sports Leader. What you got today?
That's a villain name. That's good.
Yeah, that is a good one. What you got, dude?
All right. So remember the 1986 movie Cobra with Stallone?
Yes.
The Night Slasher is the villain. The Night Slasher was the one who was going after Cobra there. So he's kind of lame. Kind of a throwback to the 80s.
Yeah. Nice. Good call. Okay.
I got a lot to live up to. Let me tell you what else is lame.
Okay.
This guy who's catching baseballs, going trampling people in the stands to interfere with the game. Now he's popping up his profile because he wants attention.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's just forget about this guy and not entertain what he's trying to do to us. Let's just kick him out of all the parks, just like they're going to do to Luis L. Ortiz from Cleveland, who bet on a game. So he's going to get banned for life. And that's sweet. So the guy who's interfering with the ball and the game, just let him slide away. He's just trying to stay in the spotlight, and let's not let him stay in the spotlight. All right. So I need to address Mr. Positive.
Okay.
Because he said a couple things I took a little bit of offense to.
Okay.
First of all,
and this was on yesterday's show.
Yesterday.
Yep.
He said, Mr. Negative, he's probably 50 years old. First one, wrong. I'm 48.
All right.
Who goes to the games?
Yeah. Okay.
And he gets. He's wrong. He's probably 25. And I go to the games and I get autographs from the players calling him Mr. Bonds and Mr. Flores.
I forgot he said that.
I've been in Asia for the last 20 years. I was in Asia for the last 20 years. I just got back March.
Okay.
And I haven't been to a Giants game in 20 years. So he's wrong again on that one.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
I don't like people. That's the only time I'm going to comment on a previous caller because I think it's impolite.
Yeah.
I heard one lady, I think on Sunday, she said, that previous caller's smoking crack.
Yeah, that was on Monday.
Yeah.
Monday.
It was so disrespectful. Hey, by the way, Mr.
Smoking crack.
Yeah, we didn't even keep it around. It was so disrespectful. Right. We just
He's
moved
smoking
on.
crack.
Exactly. I thought it was pretty funny when they kept replaying it.
Yeah, that was us. That was us, bro.
All right.
Smoking crack.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I like that. So I don't have anybody in my crosshairs today, but I will say some maybe constructive things.
Okay.
Maybe one day I'll come on and be positive. You never know.
Okay.
But I think Verlander needs to go to the bullpen. I think Hayden Birdsong, maybe we're going to have too many long relievers in the bullpen if we put Birdsong in there. But right now I think Birdsong's a stopgap, and I know Buster Posey is thinking about bringing another pitcher in before the trade deadline. I have a great name who's kind of on the block. He's an ace for the Minnesota Twins. That's Joe Ryan. I think the Giants need to have 3 good pitchers above average like we did when we had, I'm not living in the old days, but Lincecum, Bumgarner, Kane. If you throw those 3 guys out there, we have 3 good guys this year, you can win the series, maybe sweep the series. I think that's going to make a world of difference. And I think Joe Ryan's a guy they should go after. I don't like this Alcantara from Miami because he's just getting tagged. I don't want anybody to get tagged. But the last negative thing I'm going to say, for Jiminy Christmas, can we move the fences in at Oracle? Can we do it, or
I don't know.
We're not going to attract any great hitters.
Well, I think they're kind of beyond that, Mr. Negative. I mean, they've done that already, and again, we talk about that all the time. But they still, bringing the fences in still means that the other team is going to hit there. Bryce Harper didn't have a problem with it. Kyle Schwarber hit one into the Cove, and then he flipped one the other way today. The Giants aren't. They're just not going to be that kind of team. And right now, you're committed to a lot of guys who are gap power guys. Right, and when they won in the glory years, they were winning by not having 30 and 40 homer guys. They were having guys who could hit 30 and 40 doubles and guys who could hit 20 to 25 homers maybe. But it was all about the pitching, and I think that's kind of what they're getting back to. Chapman's that kind of guy. I think they're hoping Adames can be that guy. Jung-Hoo Lee, when he's going, has shown that. I think Elliot Ramos is a 25-ish, maybe 30 double guy, 25 homer, 30 double guy a year. Like, that could be the key to success. And then you mix Devers in and see what he's capable of power-wise. But, I mean, shy of getting a guy like Bryce Harper, who's, by the way, only got 10 homers on the year. Schwarber's got 29 now, but shy of a few guys like that, like, there's not many dudes out there that can hit with that kind of power. So I hear you. I appreciate the call, Mr. Negative. Thanks so much, man. Dude, Mr. Negative, he's growing on me a lot, too. Not that I had beef, but
no, I mean,
he's growing on me. He's a good caller.
He was going through every single thing that Mr. Positive had to say yesterday. But, I like his villain arc as well.
Yeah, I like it, too. Let's go back out to the phone lines. John is in Palo Alto. Wants to talk a little bit about last night's game. John, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Great show. Really appreciate it.
Much love, John.
Thanks, John. All the time with kids in the car, so it leads to a lot of interesting conversation.
Yeah, dude, John, my bad, and thank you for continuing to listen.
But my son and I were at the game last night, and you just have to appreciate the eternal optimism of an 8-year-old. He always calls out every play before it happens. Like Devers comes up, it's gonna be a splash hit, and I'm like, all right, I grew up a Mets fan, so I'm not going to be too optimistic. Bailey came up and he was like, splash hit, walk off. He's like, wait, no, walk off, home run in the park. And I'm like, okay. And we thought it was out. Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't even see him run the bases, right? And it was 5 minutes later, some dad behind me was like, I don't think he hit it out. I think he kept running. And I was like, no way, that was a walk off in the park home run. And I just think that get yourself to a game with a kid that still has that is Mr. Positive and not Mr. Negative, so you can appreciate that magic. I mean, that's what baseball is about, and the kids still believe in it. So you gotta support it.
Hell yeah, keep that optimism. Yeah, man. I mean, dude, that's the magic of it, dude. Those are moments that you'll never forget that. He'll never forget that. There's moments that I have in the ballpark. This ballpark with my mama Susie, with my brother, with my best friends. I have moments I know what seat I was sitting in, what section. Like, for the moments I've gotten to see in this ballpark, there are things that I will never, ever, ever forget. Who I jumped and hugged. I remember the kid who was sitting behind me when Matt Cain threw his perfect game, and his grandpa grabbed his face and said, "Never forget this moment." And I thought, that's the cool. I get chills right now thinking about it. That's what sports is about, but baseball in particular, because of that level of optimism and pessimism and the nerves that go into it. Like, there's so many emotions that you go through in a game, and to have it end like that, man, that's cool. You get to celebrate that with your kid.
Yeah, well, and also all the stats you guys have been throwing about last time it happened by a catcher. I mean, I knew all of those last night, right? It's like,
right.
How rare? How many times does it happen? I'm like, I'm on ChatGPT trying to figure out how it all works. It's just like I had a encyclopedia prompt.
That's incredible.
So I mean, it's just an amazing moment. Rough game today, but go back in this weekend and take 2 out of 3 at least, and get back on track. So.
Appreciate the call, John. Call anytime, man. Thanks so much, dude.
Thanks, John.
I love he says he listens in the car with his kid. It leads to a lot of interesting conversations, dude.
I'm glad he listens. I mean, you apologized. I will not.
Well, dude, I was thinking, then he brought up, the last time we talked about it, 1920s, what'd you say,
1926, old Benny Tate.
Benny Tate, who we couldn't find out if he had a nickname. We called him the Tater Tot, is what Tim said.
Yeah.
Couldn't find out if he had a nickname. We did find out that Benny Tate is is buried in Boner Cemetery.
Wow.
Dad, what's a Boner Cemetery? I just want to see kids around the Bay Area.
Buried in Boner.
That's where he is. I can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't.
Look it up. It's a cemetery. And again, it's got 5 stars on Google.
It may be Bonner, but who cares?
Dude, Bonner is 2 N's.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
But Boner's funnier.
If there's no R on it, then it's just bone with the E, because
exactly.
the E, of course, gives the vowel the long O sound.
Right.
As you well know.
Yes.
Let's go to Frank and Modesto. Frank and Modesto, you're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Frank?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Frank?
Before I start what I was originally going to talk about, I actually went to college with Joe Ryan at Stanislaus State. I'm sure he'd be happy to come back to California.
Nice.
Okay, all right.
So make it happen.
I'm looking at his contract. I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find out how long he's under. How long he's under team control for? Because he's probably getting close. See, this would be a tough one to get. The Cubs have him for 2 more. The Twins, I should say, have him for 2 more years. He's arbitration eligible for next year and the year after. It would cost you something hefty, I think, to get him. He's only making $3 million this year. So I think he's only 29. I don't know that they would move him.
Probably not. But anyways, go back to the original thing I was going to say. I know you guys were talking about getting 2 out of 3 to be happy. I'm going to go completely off the board with that and say I need all three.
All right.
I need one of them to be a walk-off.
A little greedy, a little greedy.
You need three, and you need one of them to be a walk-off? Is that what you said?
I need one of them to be a walk-off. Reason being, because we're playing with Willie now. He's like the player that we signed. He's starting to come back. And the first Dodger game that we had with Raffy, I mean, it's like that was his first game in. I mean, there's no time to really settle into this rivalry. And now he's been around for a little bit. You need a classic Dodger Giants to get all these guys fired up for this kind of series. And I think from there on, they're just going to explode every time they play.
All right.
Appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I mean, I'm with you. I'm down to get greedy. I mean, if they win two, by the way, if they get the first two with Webb and Roop, then I'm like, hell yeah, let's go, Robbie. Let's go shove against Yamamoto. And Yamamoto can be got. Like he's having the best season. I guess it's only his second year. He's having a really, really, really good year. It was probably the top pitcher in the National League for the first month and a half. But he didn't get out of the second inning, maybe it's the first inning the other day, right, Tim? I think he got knocked around the other day.
He only went 2/3 of an inning.
There you go, and didn't get out of the first. So
Defense let him down a little bit, but still.
He'll be rested, sure. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea, too, that winning's excited. I mean, not all wins are created equal. But they are, because they don't hang pictures in the standings, Derek,
there
right?
You
I
go.
mean,
there
that's
kind
of it. It's like, think about how different last night's win felt than the night before, where we were laughing about 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Totally different game.
Three fielders' choices.
Three fielders' choices. They score 3 runs on balls that don't leave the infield, and then they get one that doesn't leave the outfield yesterday, right? That doesn't go over the fence, and they get all 3 of those runs in the ninth after falling behind. Like, the excitement of a come from behind and a walk-off, obviously, it feels so much different. Like, it's nice to have that win because it feels like you're capable of more. But, I'll take them however they can get them against the Dodgers. I don't really care. I'm okay winning boring. I'm okay winning exciting. I'm okay winning nail-biters. Whatever they got to do. Let's get the wins this weekend. 2 of 3 would make me happy. 3 of 3 would make me ecstatic and put the Giants down 2 games going into the All-Star game.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say the last time the Giants swept the Dodgers, they were in Dodger Stadium. It was that weekend. They won like 15-0. I want to say they won all 3.
Did they sweep that one?
I want to say they did in 2023. It was like May of 2023. But, yeah, they haven't swept them in quite some time.
I know they swept them here one time a few years back because I was with a buddy who's a Dodger fan, and the Giants swept the Dodgers here, and then they didn't win again against them for the remainder of the year.
Right, yeah. I mean, that was rough. But, yes, that'd be huge. To go into the All-Star break and you're riding a high off of this incredible play last night, you sweep the Dodgers, that'd be huge. Let's see if it happens.
Yeah, it would be really exciting. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm from the bunker here at Oracle Park. Giants lost 13-0 here. We got breaking news, Tim?
No, we just have an answer to that question. They did sweep the Dodgers in June 2022. Rodon got the final win. They swept them up here, and the last time before that was 2016.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
By the way, 408 on the text list says, dude, did Mr. Negative admit he hasn't been to a game in 20 years and now he's asking us to move the fences in?
Yeah, seriously.
Probably caught a lot of Giants ball. You're Murray Giants.
Dude, Mr. Negative was coming with some funny takes today, too. He's like, yeah, he's wrong. I'm not 48. Or not 50. I'm 48. And I haven't been to a game in 20 years. So I haven't been asking guys for autographs.
Wrong again.
Wait,
by the way,
Tim, were you looking at ChatGPT? Because I'm looking up right here in 2023. They swept that series in June.
Oh, maybe I had an older box story.
ChatGPT? What are you talking about?
Just because the caller said he used ChatGPT to look at his stats. But yeah, I'm looking right here, June 16th, June 17th, June 18th of 2023. The Giants swept the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium that weekend.
Okay, so it was 20-23, 2022, and 2026.
There you go.
By the way, just a full circle moment back to Egghead, played by Vincent Price in the 1960s Batman show. He did make the jump to comics. He was created for that show, I guess.
Okay.
His background is that he's a genius by anyone's standards, but with genius comes ego. That's the problem. He had like a huge ego, and that was part of his background.
And you can't spell ego without egg.
Well, you can. It's only one G.
I guess you're true. Yeah.
By the way, he has apparently a female companion. Her name is Miss Bacon. And she writes down every word that he says in order to record his brilliance for posterity in a book entitled, quote, How to Be a Better Criminal. So he's writing books, is our guy, Eggman. All right, we'll take a quick break. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. We got plenty more to come before we sign off at 6 o'clock. Who's on tonight? We got a Niners Nightly tonight?
I think so.
We're going Diners Nightly, baby.
Oh, man, dude. Niners Nightly with Niners Ball right around the corner. When we come back, we've got a sound soiree for you featuring a little throwback on some walk-offs for the Giants. Angel Pagan, plus some Brock Purdy sound. Also, Joe Burrow, a little preview of the Netflix QB show, which is out for season 2. I can't wait to get into that this weekend as well. We'll do the soiree next, then a big fat Pat H crap section. Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park. Giants lose 13-0 today, but everybody's still buzzing about last night's game where they came from behind to win 4-3 on the Patrick Bailey walk-off inside the park home run and a 3-run walk-off inside the park. The only the only home run for the Giants in the series, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of incredible. They scored three in game one, all of them on the infield, fielder's choices. Each one of them none of them were hits. And then yesterday, of course, that one. And then today they didn't score. Only 3 hits in today's game. Verlander did pitch pretty well, a quality start, but nonetheless, he's now 0-7 to start his Giants tenure. That's tough, man.
That is tough. That is tough, but he's not getting enough run support, so yeah.
He's one of the worst in baseball, if not the worst. I have to look at the outings today, but I think entering play today, he was the worst run support starting pitcher in at least the National League. Why don't we get into a little sound soiree? Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On The Sports Leader.
All right, the last time the Giants had an inside-the-park home run, walk-off, was it? I don't know if this was the last inside-the-park home run in general.
No.
Was it, Tim? It wasn't.
No.
It was just the last walk-off for the Giants. And I don't know that every franchise has one.
Now, the last inside-the-park home run was in 2016 from Tyler, correct me if I'm saying his last name wrong, Naquin?
Tyler Naquin. Was it for Cleveland?
Yes.
Yeah, he was an outfielder for Cleveland for a while. He might have been a Red after that. He was a left-handed batter. He was pretty good for a while when he came up. He was a highly touted prospect, and I don't really know what happened to him. But 2016, he had a walk-off inside the park.
Yes, he did.
So that was the last one to happen. In 2013, Angel Pagan did it in a day game. And unfortunately, I feel like he got hurt on that play. Like his hamstring might have strained on that. And I don't know that he was ever really the same after that. But it was a hell of a play. You got the date on this or any background on this?
It is May 25th, 2013.
May 25th, 2013. Here's the last time the Giants had a walk-off inside the park home run.
Pagan hits one high and deep to right. Kadire back. It is off the bottom of the wall, and it kicks away from everybody. Pagan is being waved in. Here's the throw to the plate. It is not in time, and that is the ball game.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
I love when Kipe talks like that. This is the ball game. Everything has like a period at the end. Like, beautiful.
This game is over. Yeah, it's incredible. Dude, hey, you know what's funny? It's just an inside the park note or inside the park home run note. I'm fairly certain still the only inside the park home run in All-Star game history was here at Oracle Park.
Ichiro, yep.
Ichiro in 2007.
I was there, yeah.
You were at that game.
I was, yep.
Is that the only All-Star game you've been to?
Yes. Went to the home run derby the night before. I think Vlad won that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I want to say he went up against Matt Holliday in the final.
Yeah, and
no lefties hit a ball into the cove.
Yeah.
I think it was only Fielder and maybe Ryan Howard.
Oh, dude, I was so mad. Me, my little brother, and Greg all made bets on who was going to win the home run derby. I picked Prince Fielder. I want to say he only got like one.
I was going to say he either won or none. He didn't
it was
really
bad.
do much.
It was really bad.
I'm going to pick Barry. I've got it on good authority. He's going to come out of the dugout and perform anyway.
Yeah.
Who did Greg pick?
I
picked Vladdy, of course. I told you I would.
I don't think he picked anybody. He was just mad that I was rooting for the American League in that game. He's like, no, we're in the National League ballpark. What are you doing?
In the game or in the Derby?
Jesus. At the actual All-Star game. In the Derby, at the Derby, yeah, I definitely picked Prince Fielder. He might have picked Vlad for all I know.
I went to the Futures game that year. And a dude won no joke, a dude from AA for the Dodgers. I think his name was Chin Lung Hu.
Okay.
H-U, won the MVP of the game. Who won the MVP? Who did?
Oh, gotcha.
Who did? Yeah, it was just, I was like, there's a dude named Who.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing professional baseball.
Yeah.
Let's go a little bit. Why don't we, since we just played that one, why don't we just for good measure, why don't we hit Dave again?
Okay.
I want to hear Dave's call again from last night. Dave Fleming on Pat Bailey, just because I can't stop listening to it. It's immediately become one of my favorite calls. It's immediately one of my favorite Dave Fleming calls. And I love that he stamps it not just with the information, but now we've seen everything. Like that to me is a baseball call like we'll see you tomorrow night, or it's just your tack on sort of line. Like those are a blast. I know it's not a playoff call, but Dave, in true Dave Fleming form, nailing this call.
I'll tell you this about Patrick Bailey. He's having a tough year offensively, but he does have the clutch gene.
That is true. Bailey batting left-handed against the righty Romano. First and third, one out. Patrick hits a high drive. Deep right center field. This one is off the top of the wall, and it ricochets, and it's rolling on the warning track. 2 runs are in. Bailey coming around third. Patrick Bailey scores! It's an inside the park walk-off home run. Now we've seen everything. And Patrick Bailey gets tackled as he crosses home plate. Amazing.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump into more of this football sound here?
Sure. I mean, we got a little Brock Purdy. I'm seeing on the sheet here. I put it twice, but there's 2 different cuts. There's Brock Purdy. Yeah, let's get to this. Brock Purdy with Bustin' with the Boys. He was with Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. He was talking about the process of being a rookie in 2022 and finding out that he made the team.
I mean, just after practice and stuff, watching the film, like Greasy and Kyle, like coming in and going over it with all the quarterbacks, and just like rep after rep, like being consistent, accurately ripping it in tight windows, like all those little things. I was like, they never really said much, but I was like, they got to be thinking something, like, you know, like, but I just never, I didn't know, right? Yeah, and but you know, you still have to go through another practice and finish camp strong and play well in the preseason games, and then when the roster comes down to it, you find out. And for me, I had no idea. No one said anything to me. I was just trying to get a feel through my teammates and stuff, but all of that honestly didn't matter. What mattered was me going out the next play and doing it again. And so it wasn't until, you know, the roster came out, and then they were starting to like make cuts and call guys into Kyle's office, and so we're in the quarterback room, and then Kyle opened up the door. He goes, "Hey, Brock, can you grab your stuff and come talk to me?" I was like, "Bro," I was like, "Am I getting cut?" Like, I was like, "Dang, dude." And then he goes, "Nah, I'm kidding." He set your stuff down. He's like, "Congrats, bro," and then dapped me up.
No shit.
I was like, dude, my heart was just pounding.
I mean,
I feel like that's about as playful as Kyle will get with the team. Grab your stuff. Just kidding, bro. You made it.
I mean, I like that, but like, God, when you are a 7th round pick and you live and die with this, like, you know, Kyle's having fun, but like, God, that's so cruel. That's so cruel.
Yeah. Kyle's having fun with it, but it's cruel. Hey, we got the phone lines like full again. Okay. Phone lines have lit up again. I think we should take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get some more of these calls. Kyle in Santa Cruz, Lars in Sonoma County, Tom in Sonoma, and Frank in Modesto. 808 KNBR if you want to get involved in the supervillain conversation, where the Giants are entering the Dodger series, or just your general feelings and hype about what happened last night with Patrick Bailey. 808 KNBR, the number to call. We'll do that. We'll get a little crap in. Then we'll put the show to bed before Larry Krueger comes up with Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
The KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. A lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. You can call us or you can text us. We'll be with you for another 25 minutes or so. Larry Kruger at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. We'll still have some time for some crap, right? We can do that in the next segment, right, Tim?
Tim's gone. Jacob's on the board. We
Oh,
might.
good.
We might. We're running out of time here. But yeah, let's get to these calls. By the way, Copes, did you see yesterday? Obviously, Patrick Belly gets the walk-off inside the park home run.
Yeah.
I think this only happened. This is the first time this ever happened in baseball history. Earlier in the day, Lawrence Butler got a leadoff inside the park.
I saw that, dude. He was the first batter of the game and last batter of the game on the same day.
Yes.
Dude, baseball is absurd.
Yeah.
Absurd. It's like we talked about that note on 4th of July. I can't get over that note about Michael Bush on the Cubs. Michael Bush on the Cubs, 3 homers on the 4th of July against the Cardinals. 2 other times in Cubs and Cardinals history has a Cub. It's crazy that they've had 3 guys in history hit 3 homers in a game against the Cardinals. Right? Like to have it 3 guys in history anyway is incredible. To have a guy do it 3 times and it's all been against St. Louis, even more crazy. All times it's happened in history for the Cubs were against the Cardinals on the 4th of July, which is bizarre.
Yeah, that is
back in
that is very
1939 and in like 2003 or something like that. It was Moises and then it was Hank Lieber. Oh, Hank Lieber did it in 1939. 808 KNBR, the number to call. 415-808-5627. Let's go out to Kyle. Kyle is in Santa Cruz. Wants to talk super villains. Kyle, you're on the Sports Leader.
All right.
Hey, guys. The only thing that gets me more excited than Marty Lurie impressions is the topic of supervillains.
Nice.
Okay.
And I have one. I have one that stole my soul when I was a kid. There was a 1990s comic book made-for-TV movie, The Flash, and the villain was a dollar store knockoff version of the Joker called the Trickster.
Yeah, the Trickster. He's a comic, dude. Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
He was played by Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
The Luke Skywalker Mark Hamill. And he wore like this rainbow skin-tight leotard.
Yep.
And his acting was so over the top, it made John Sterling sound like Vin Scully.
Okay, now Mark Hamill, in my opinion, is the best Joker of all time.
And the voice, yeah.
As the voice
For the voice.
Yeah. So did he do the same voice as the Trickster?
Sort of, kind of.
Yeah.
It was in between that era. He was still trying to be a regular actor since his fall from Star Wars.
Right.
And it's just, you can't put it into words. You got to just see it. You got to look it up and you got to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
The Trickster.
Yeah.
I want to see he crossed over to the comics. I think he's into the comics too. In Central City, setting off bombs and whatnot. He's supposed to be like the Flash. He's like the Flash's version of the Joker.
The Trickster only does pranks. He doesn't do anything that hurts people. He just does like pranks.
I love it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. Yeah, dude, a whimsical villain. That's pretty good. The Trickster. Yeah, you guys should look him up. The 1990s made-for-TV Flash was one that I watched a bunch as a kid.
Have you ever seen Darkman, the Liam Neeson movie back in the day where...
I was like, what'd you call me? No, I haven't.
Well, it was around the same time like Tim Burton's Batman came out, and they wanted to do like a knockoff of that. It's a whole thing where Liam Neeson, like his face gets burned off and he becomes Darkman, but like it was supposed to be Batman, but like it's the same thing. It was a knockoff movie. Like it was pretty similar to Batman, same score and everything, but not the same film.
I don't think I've seen that.
Okay.
And the fact that we don't know much about it and I'm into superheroes, like maybe it's a miss.
It's
Is it
mixed.
a good movie?
It's weird. It's definitely campy. It's like early 1990s, but yeah, it's fun, but it's not great. No.
Okay, let's go. Good recommendation on another movie review.
love the movie reviews.
Yeah,
How about the movies?
Let's go to Lars in Sonoma County. What's up, Lars? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Adam. How's it going today?
What's up, dude?
So what I want to talk about is, you notice when Bailey hits that home run, it takes a super funky bounce off Triple's alley and sort of bounces kind of back and like past the center fielder. And once it has that funky bounce, goes right past the center fielder.
Yeah.
You almost know it's inside the Parker home run. Now, I saw Angel Pagan inside the Parker was the same thing, and also I saw that clip of Luke Raley's inside the Parker from I think 23, and it's So each one of those inside the park home runs has this super funky little bounce towards center field. And after last night, I think we should call that funky bounce towards center field that almost guarantees inside the Parker. I think we should call that the Bailey bounce.
The Bailey bounce. Well, dude, because Greg Papa's off this week,
Yeah,
you
I
get to
know.
coin the phrase, but you know when he comes back next week, he's going to take it from
I
you.
called it first.
I was calling it the Bailey bounce. The second it bounced, I would have said it on the air.
Was on to Brock before anybody else was.
Dude, the king of nicknames on KNBR. I'm good with the Bailey bounce. I'm good with that. I don't know if it'll hit the folklore. We've got to start saying it all the time. You
It's
know
no
what I mean?
BA ricochet, but it'll do.
Dude, stop, dude.
Yeah, that's just my humble submission to dirty work. Yeah.
All right. We can start calling it the Bailey bounce. Appreciate the call, Lars. Thanks so much, dude. Yeah, I don't mind that.
That's fine. It's easy.
Crazy bounce they hit off. I'm good with alliteration.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to call it the Bailey bounce. I'll tell you where I was watching it.
Yeah.
Moving on here in the to the phone lines. I'm sure he's going to have some take on it or some nickname for it.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. But yeah, he'll definitely think that he came up with Bailey bounce before anybody else. When it's there for the taking. It's
It was Lars in Sonoma. We'll
Yes,
know.
exactly.
We'll know who it was. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Back up to Sonoma. Tom, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Big KNBR listener, been listening all day with the calls from today's Inside the Parker and Pagan's Inside the Parker, and I mixed feelings because I was at the Pagan game with my wife and my 2.5-year-old son. They got me tickets for my birthday, and we got there an hour early. And the 2.5-year-old, I believe that game went to extras, and we're like, he was toast. Like, we gotta go. Like, he's gonna lose it. And so put him over the shoulder, started walking down the stairs from behind, from the right field upper deck. From behind us, I hear 2 distinct huge eruptions from the stadium, like pause.
Yeah.
And then everybody came streaming down the stairs, leaving the game, and I locked eyes with my wife, and I'm like, I think we might have missed something.
Gotcha,
And lo and
dude.
behold, it was, I think, the ball bouncing off the wall and then him scoring. But
Those are the two
yeah,
pauses. Well,
mixed
you know what?
feelings, but-
Yeah, you know what Tim would have yelled? What Tim would have said? Tim would have said, dude, we missed it. And on my birthday is what Tim would have said,
exactly.
dude. On my
And on my
birthday.
birthday. Oh, I dropped the birthday. I didn't even mean to do that. And it was my birthday. It was actually a week after my birthday. But anyway, mixed feelings. Always stay till the end of the game. And even if the 2-year-old is tantruming a little, it's worth it. But.
Good deal, Tom. Thanks for the call, man. We got to run.
Thanks, Tom.
Dude, and on Tom's birthday, didn't even get to see the walk-off. What a bummer. Let's go
Hate it
to
when that happens, man.
Yeah, no, especially when your coworker's car gets broken into and they lose their life's work, and it was on your birthday. Let's go to
Really
Frank.
ruined the day for me.
Frank is in Modesto, wants to talk some Verlander. Frank, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, that hit last night by Bailey, I would have gave 100-1 odds that he wouldn't have hit a home run when he stepped into the box. I probably would have given 10-1 odds that he wouldn't even get a base hit, and probably even odds for a ground out double play or a strikeout. But he needed that so bad, and I'm glad he did it. But I want to talk about Verlander. Verlander was a great pitcher, great career, but the time is coming. I mean, he got to lay it down. I think he's done. I mean, no disrespect, but he would be great pitching batting practice before the game. But
Oh, come on. He was throwing 97 today. He struck out 7.
I know, but
he gave
I'm
up
just
2
saying
runs.
that he
He
hasn't
gave up
won
2
a game.
runs.
He
I
hasn't
know,
won-
but wins are antiquatable, dude. Like that's what I mean, though, is they're scoring fewer runs for him than any other. Like, dude, okay, put it this way. Paul Skeens has 4 wins. He has 4. He's the best pitcher. He's the best pitcher in baseball. He has 4 because his team doesn't score when he pitches. Justin Verlander's getting like less run support than that. And he's only had 4 starts of his 15 where he's allowed more than 3 runs. So I like, it's not been as atrocious. It's that we're imagining Justin Verlander the ace. He's now Justin Verlander like the 4 or the 5. I know he doesn't have the wins, but he didn't lose today's game. He did what exactly you want your 4th or your 5th or your 3rd. Hell, if Logan Webb put up today's line, but I'll be like, pretty good, Logan.
Yep.
Nice outing today. 2 earned, 7 strikeouts. Okay, we'll take that. That'd be a little bit light for Logan at this point, but because he doesn't have a win, I think is a little misaligned and misguided. He's left the games with leads. He's left the games when he was tied. He left the game numerous times. I mean, today, they did nothing for him. When he left the game today, they were down 2-0. Right? I mean, I don't know what else you can ask for.
I just think we have a better chance of making the playoffs with another pitcher in the rotation.
But if the playoffs started today, he'd be in. They'd be in with him.
I know, but I'm just saying that's my opinion. I don't think we're going to get the playoffs.
Okay, what's your opinion on where they go if it's not him? Because if you don't have him, it means you literally got him off the team. He's not pitching out of the bullpen. You literally took him off the team. So it means Verlander's gone. You DFA him, you trade him, you cut whatever you think. He's gone. Now you got to make up those innings somewhere. Right now, they don't have five they're super confident in. Why do you want to put all your confidence in a guy at the minor league level who's never pitched in the majors, who has about the same numbers as Verlander does, but at the minor league level right now? Because it's just potential, or what's the... What?
Later, you got to change it up. You can't just keep sending them out there game after game after game without a win.
But there's no plan and just change it up. That's not a plan. Who's the guy? Who do you want to see? If it's not Verlander, tell me who.
Well, Harrison's gone, so.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. That's kind of my point, brother. I think we're going to ride this out for a little while, you know?
Yeah.
You know the starting pitcher, who the fifth starter was in 2010?
No.
Todd Wellemeyer. And they made adjustments throughout the season because he wasn't good enough. But Verlander's pitching better than that. They've got, in 2002, Ryan Jensen was their fifth starter. He was a nobody, won 13 games, and he pitched well, didn't make the postseason roster, because the second half fell apart. Two halves can be completely different situations for guys. And it can totally change. Logan Webb wasn't even starting games for the Giants regularly and had lost his spot in the rotation in the first half of 2021 until an injury happened to Johnny Cueto. They had to keep him on the roster. The second half is when Logan Webb became Logan Webb. I'm not saying Verlander's going to do that, but to write him off when it hasn't been disastrous, he dropped his ERA today. He gets no run support. There's not many better options, at least in the organization now. If you offer me some better options, I'll consider it. But right now I'm thinking, where are those options? So I understand the frustration in it, but to say, well, I understand your opinion in that you don't think they're gonna win it all with him or get through the postseason with him, but I'll take him over a couple other guys that are here or a couple other guys that have been here.
It just seems like they're going to think there's going to be a miraculous miracle change, just like, Bailey's batting average. There's going to be a miraculous change, but it's not.
Appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. The Verlander, it's a little perplexing when people are like, well, I just think you need to change it up. I go, well, it's not a lineup.
No, I know.
He's a pitcher, and he pitched great today.
He
pitched really well today, and it's funny that they're like, yeah, well, that's one game. I go, well, okay. The offense got 3 hits today. He gave up 2 runs, and they're like, well, get rid of Verlander.
I know.
I mean, what are we talking about?
The bottom line is he's 0 for 7 on the season, and that's what fans look at.
I know, but that doesn't matter.
I know.
It does matter, but what I'm saying is it's not.
I'm just playing devil's advocate where I'm explaining their rationale with this, but the reality is he hasn't pitched that bad. He hasn't pitched amazing either, but where else are you going to go? So you can call up Carson Wisenhunt. I'd rather do that for Hayden Birdsong, like some other callers have said. But right now, eventually Verlander's going to get a win this season. But, yeah, you're going to need him. If this team goes to the postseason, I think you want Justin Verlander on your roster.
Well, where are you going to go?
With his experience.
He's had one start since April 15th where he gave up more than 3 earned runs in a game. One start since April 15th where he gave up more than 3. That tells you how little they've scored in these games.
Yeah.
Dude, he's lost 7. Let's look at his last 6 losses. So the last game was the worst start of the year, the one in Oakland.
Yeah.
3 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned. Okay, he got knocked around there, right? Just didn't have it. Said he wasn't deceptive enough. In his 5th loss, now they're not losing every one of his starts. They're now 4-11 in the games in which he pitches and starts. In the game against Miami, he goes 5 innings in that one, 3 earned. They lose 4-2. They scored 2 runs in that game. Start before, he picked up his 4th loss against Cleveland. They scored 2 runs in that game. He gave up 3. In his 3rd loss, they scored 1 run in that game. He gave up 2, and he went 6. Struck out 5, walked 1. He was good in that one. Didn't get a win. That was Arizona. His 2nd loss was back in April. He gave up 1 earned run, and the Giants lost 2-0. They're scoring 1 or 2 in every game that he starts.
Yeah.
Going back to April 15th. He's not the Verlander of old, but you guys, I think, got to get off of this. He's terrible because he gives up 2 or 3. That's not bad baseball. I don't know. I don't understand the logic that giving up 2 or 3 over 6 is a bad outing.
I think some fans are also expecting the guy that they saw with the Tigers, which is ridiculous.
Stop it. You're not. If that was the guy that they got, then he wouldn't be here for 1 year and $15 million.
Whenever you see somebody in sports that was the best at their game, when Aaron Rodgers has fallen off a little bit, like if he has a subpar season with the Steelers this year, people will be like, oh, he's done. But maybe it's good enough for them to get to the playoffs. Verlander was one of the best pitchers in baseball for years, and now he's not the same guy. It's hard for fans to understand when he's the oldest player in professional sports right now.
I'm just saying, if he comes out in the second half and he looks like he did today, the wins are going to come. But people would be mad if he was 3-7. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like if
exactly.
3 of those things were 3-7, I'm like, the numbers aren't great. I don't think he's as bad as the numbers indicate. He's also had an injury this year.
Yeah.
He dropped his ERA today by like 0.14 percentage points on the ERA or on the decimal there. So he's down to a 4.7. He's 0-7. But again, today, 7 hits, 7 Ks, no walks. He's not walking people. He's not putting guys on. He's pitching at least into the 6th inning in a lot of these. And again, he's had one outing since April 15th. If you include the 15th too, that he's given up more than 3 earned in a game.
Right.
So it hasn't been that bad. Let's take a quick break. We'll come on back. We'll maybe get a little crap in, and then we'll put the show to bed. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly. It's coming up on the Sports Leader. We're at the top of the hour here with a little Niners Nightly. No time for some crap, but Derek, have you been watching this YouTube chat?
Yeah, I've noticed. Is Lauren real? Because I hope she's real. If she's not,
well, we gotta let everybody know what's going on because not everybody's.
Tacky played a prank on me or something.
I don't think he is. Not everybody's on the YouTube channel. There's a very nice young woman on the YouTube channel who's clearly Lauren has taken an affinity to Derek. She thinks that bald heads and beards are sexy, and so
that's nice.
Here's the thing: is she stated it, and then everybody else was trying to nobody tried to punk you. Everybody tried to help you out.
No, man.
Everybody.
At the end of the day, the filth is supportive, and also Lauren. I don't know if she knows this. I've got to find a date for my sister's wedding in a year.
I don't know that Lauren's ever checked in on the YouTube chat, but Lauren, Derek is. We've talked about this, doing maybe a dating sequence thing on the air for Derek because he does need a date. Could end up in a trip to Italy for you, Lauren, next year with Derek. So we were asking
a trip to Italy where you could eat DiGiorno pizza.
People immediately asked her, does she like DiGiorno?
Come on.
And she said she doesn't eat pizza with a fork and a knife. She did also. I asked her immediately. My first question is, how do you prepare a hot dog? She said on the stove.
Okay.
And then everybody said, just tell Derek.
I can deal with that.
Tell Derek you use the microwave as long as it's not a deal breaker. Tim, have you seen any of these messages here?
Oh, I've been watching the entire thing unfold. Also, Lauren confirms that she is real, and then I guess we'll take her word for it.
That's good to know. And damn, right when I'm going on vacation too.
She says I'm an avid listener. And she just said, when's the date?
Oh wow!
Also, they told her on the chat that you're a big banana bread guy. She said she's a zucchini bread woman,
That's
but
fine. That's fine.
I think she said she likes her chocolate chips as well.
Ooh, okay, all right, Lauren. I'm back on the 21st. If you want a little dose of Derek Papa before then,
don't say it like that.
Lord,
Jesus Christ!
I'm just saying.
Be a gentleman, dude.
I'm saying that's a
if
nice
you
way
want a dose of Derek,
okay,
Jesus
fine.
Christ.
If you want to see me on a YouTube chat before then, I'm doing my podcast on Saturday. I'm sure the YouTube chat will tell you when that's going down.
They all told her. I think you and Lauren, Derek and Lauren need to make a connection here. Lauren at one point did ask. She said, "Does he get hit on here a lot?" And I was like, I don't think anybody gets hit on the YouTube chat. This is the first.
Definitely not me. This is definitely the first.
You said the closest was Jordo telling that guy to S my D.
This is, by the way,
Classic Jordo.
For YouTube chat, this is basically second base. You know what I mean? This is as far as we've gotten on the YouTube chat. Well, Lauren, like I said, I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help facilitate. I think we're all in support of this.
I appreciate it.
Of making this connection. So,
all right,
Lauren, appreciate you listening.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Lauren.
you being part of the filth. She said she is going to check out your chat.
Sweet.
And then maybe you guys take it to a separate chat. You know what I mean? Maybe you work it out from there.
All right.
Just don't be saying creepy stuff like that.
That wasn't creepy.
Quit being weird.
All right.
Quit being weird. All right. Derek's got his podcast going on Saturday, and Lauren can check it out then.
From Del Boca Vista.
All right. We got a note to self here as we put the show to bed.
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. I had something better, but now I'm just rooting for Derek and Lauren. Let's go.
Honestly, it's all I can think about now is Derek and Lauren.
13-0. I don't care at all.
Derek, what you got? Note to self.
All right, note to self. Note to Tim. Tim, I'm rooting for you. Dude, you've been doing the dirty work for the longest here at KNBR. You help me and Copes every single day. I can't imagine doing the show without you. So I am so happy that you were doing the show tomorrow, dude. Thanks, and if I can't give you any advice. I just started doing this 7 months ago. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So the only thing I could say is, if you're nervous, just embrace it, because I'm nervous every single damn day I do this show. But we get through it, and it's fun, and I love doing it. You're gonna do great tomorrow.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Note to self.
Note to self.
Geez, I just lost one too, dude. I just had one and I completely blanked it. Oh, dude, I found out more about the egghead.
Yeah,
Egghead, the villain, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I found out one of his greatest ploys was in the Batman series. He captured Commissioner Gordon with his new woman partner. Her name was Olga, Queen of the Cossacks.
Okay.
They captured him and they put him in Olga's getaway balloon. And then Egghead and Olga held Commissioner Gordon ransom for a demand of a 10-cent tax on every egg that was sold in Gotham City until they returned.
Ridiculous.
Such a ridiculous.
You know what?
You know, dude.
Egghead is definitely Dave McCaskill.
Egghead might be the McCaskill, dude.
Yep.
He's just trying to get away with whatever he can, man. Derek, we're gonna miss you, man. I know you're gone for some time. We were riffing on it. It's gonna be I think this is our longest portion of time away without you, right?
Yeah, it's going to be. I'll be gone
about a week and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, July 21st, and I'm looking forward to having Tim fill in. I'm looking forward to Krug as well, and Kerry Crowley. Those are the true professionals that are filling in for me. But I'll be back July 21st, and then It's training camp time, boys.
Then it's training camp time, and it may be date time for Derek when he gets back from Florida, too. All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday evening. A lot of fun. Even though the Giants lost 13-0 today, Larry Krueger's coming up next with a little Niners Nightly. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. A lot of new players, new coaches, new special teams coordinator, new defensive coordinator, the same quarterback, the same head coach, some stability on the offensive side of the ball. Brock signed, Kittle signed, Trent signed, Fred signed, Ayuk signed. Everybody's signed. There'll be no holdout. There'll be none of that this summer. But we got a great hour for you. We're going to talk a little Niners between now and top of the hour. And as we always like to finish up with our 49ers stat of the day. And we got a good one. We got one that really will surprise you when I throw it your way at the end of the hour. So that's coming up much later on. Bottom of the hour, the great Raj Melwani, who's a force of nature in his own right. He is the creator and the founder of RSF 49ers on YouTube and Instagram. George Kittle follows him, Brandon Ayuk follows him, John Lynch follows him, almost all the players follow him, and hundreds of thousands of people follow the great Raj. So you probably have checked out Raj's YouTube page, his Twitter page, his Instagram page at some point, and maybe not even realized it. So the great Raj Melwani is going to stop by, and we'll talk about a bunch of things. Who's under the most pressure in camp on both sides of the football. We'll go through, I got a dozen camp questions that I think are pretty pertinent. We'll talk a little bit about DeMarcus Robinson. There's some news on that today. We'll get to just in a second. There's a Terry McLaurin to the Niners rumor. It wouldn't be a day that ends in Y without a trade rumor involving your 49ers. It's amazing. John Lynch makes a few trades, and then suddenly every trade that comes down, every guy that's rumored to be traded, somehow there's a tie to the Niners. And there was another one today tying the Niners to Trey Hendrickson. So we'll have some thoughts on that. We'll talk to Raj about Jordan Watkins, who has been the offseason star, I think, among the rookies. He has been fantastic in the practices and looks ready to roll. So that's coming up at 6:30. Next segment, in the second segment, we'll get into, which player the Niners we'll take some calls. Which player do you think the Niners missed the most? I know Greenlaw is the guy that I'll miss the most, but I don't know that that's the football player that they're going to miss the most, because he didn't even really play last year. He played a little at the end, but he really didn't play. So I don't know if you can miss a guy that didn't play. That's not who I think they'll miss the most. But 808 KNBR, if you want to jump in on what player you think the 49ers will miss the most. And we'll also get into what is the in your mind the key issue or question that faces the 49ers. And I got two. I couldn't decide between two of them. So I'll get into the two questions in the second segment that I think are the key questions entering training camp for the Niners. But we always start with what happened today in Ninerland. And, in the season, I mean, there's endless things, right? This happened and that happened, and there's a million things. In the offseason, not as much, but there's almost never a day that goes by that there's not some new Niner information. And today is no different. The big story today in Ninerland is that Demarcus Robinson, the Niner free agent wide receiver who they signed away, I think he was with the Rams. Before that, he was with Mahomes and the Chiefs. Demarcus Robinson signed with the Niners in the offseason. I think every Niner fan at this point knows that he has a suspension looming from the NFL for his role in a DUI stemming from a November 2024 incident. And this was not just your typical DUI, by the way. I mean, if you look at the details, it's not necessarily good stuff. He was allegedly driving over 100 miles an hour and exhibited signs of intoxication during a traffic stop. So the court records show that Robinson today entered a no contest plea to one misdemeanor count of driving under the influence of alcohol. The judge did sentence him today to 36 months of probation and imposed a $390 fine. So, and as part of the pact with the prosecutors, he's going to complete several programs, including a Mothers Against Drunk Driving Victim Impact program that he will be attending. The Niners, as I said, signed him to a 2-year deal. It was back in March, shortly after Debo left to the Commanders. So, with Debo in Washington, with Ayuk recovering from the ACL, the MCL, the meniscus, probably not back till November. That would be my guess. A full year would be October. I think he hurt it in week 7, something like that. So if he's going to come back, I mean, you tear an ACL, it's usually a year-long deal. Sometimes a little quicker, but it wasn't just an ACL. It was the ACL, the MCL, and the meniscus, and it looked pretty devastating, to be completely honest. So he, I haven't seen him working out or anything like that, but I mean, he's just moving around. He looks pretty good moving around, but it's a big difference just walking around as opposed to putting your foot in the ground and really, cut sharp cuts in and out, full speed cuts. I mean, that's the job. I mean, the guy's not a dentist. If he was a dentist, we would have no problem, but he's a receiver and he's got to cut sharply to get open, and he's got to cut incredibly sharply to free himself open against, some of the greatest athletes in the world play the corner in the NFL. So Ayuk is probably out until November. Debo is done for the year. Ricky Pearsall is going to try to establish himself, in week 1 as the guy that we saw at the end of the year in a couple games. He looked really good at the end of the year. Jawan Jennings is in a contract year. He's going to have to step up for sure. But the one thing is Demarcus Robinson, I think, is really going to be a good 49er. Now, his status for the start of the season is uncertain. As I said, the news of the day is that the court case, was finalized. And so he gets 36 months of probation and the fine. But the NFL continues to deliberate on whatever his suspension is going to be related to this DUI. And a lot of people think it's going to be 2 or 3 games. So the legal process is now finalized. The decision from the league is probably going to follow. My guess would be in the next week to 10 days, probably before the opening of camp, before the veterans report. And the Niners were aware of the possibility when they signed him. But this is going to impact their situation. And it's going to almost demand that Jacob Cowing or Jordan Watkins or their 7th-round pick, Junior Bergen, or one of these guys is going to have to step up. With no Demarcus Robinson, no Debo, no Ayuk, at least to start the year. So that was the big story today in 49er land. Demarcus Robinson, we got final details on the court case, and now we're just kind of waiting on exactly how the league's going to react to the court case. And I would say 2 or 3 games is most likely what he's going to get. So that was the big story today. Now, the second big story of the day, I don't know if I call it a big story, but it's big for July 9th. Mike Kadlick of Sports Illustrated, we're digging deep here, but Mike Kadlick of Sports Illustrated wrote about how the Commanders are locked up in a contract situation with Terry McLaurin, and he listed 5 teams that potentially could be trade destinations for McLaurin, and the Niners are one of those teams. Jets, Titans, Raiders, Pats, and Niners, all according to Mike Kadlick of Sports Illustrated, are potential trade destination for Terry McLaurin. Now, I don't see it. McLaurin, is a hell of a receiver. He's topped 1,000 yards receiving in 5 consecutive seasons now. He would immediately make the Niners better. He's a great receiver. I mean, fantastic route runner, very consistent. Niners clearly have the cap room, right? They redid deals for Kittle, for Purdy, for Warner. They did extensions for all these guys, and yet they still hold $45.7 million in available salary cap space per over the cap. So they do have the space currently if they wanted to go down this road and go after a guy in a trade. They are earmarking a lot of that money to be rolled over to next year's cap. Now, there's a right and a wrong time to roll money over. You roll money over when spending more money is not really going to impact your season. You don't roll money over, extensive money over, when you have Kittle, Bosa, Warner, Williams, CMC, all in the twilight of their prime. So I'm all for rolling money over. Purdy's and the Niners have to keep conscious of Purdy's cap hit. This year, Purdy's 2025 cap hit, very, very reasonable, 9.1 mil. Next year, Purdy's cap hit is $24 million. In 2028, Purdy's cap hit, now they'll probably renegotiate it before then, but it spikes to $57.6 million. So they're not rolling the money over for no reason. If they roll the money over, I know there are people that are like, oh, if they don't spend this money, they're not trying to win. Well, you got, if you're the general manager, you got to worry about today, but you got to worry about tomorrow. And you got to keep one eye on tomorrow. The other big story of the day is Mike Fisher of Athlon Sports wrote an article today suggesting the Niners ought to call the Bengals regarding a trade for Trey Hendrickson. That is interesting. He says the Niners ought to pick up the phone and call the Bengals and find out about Trey Hendrickson. Now, most of the, receiver-wise, I think they can get by with what they got. I don't think they have to go after a veteran receiver. Amari Cooper, nah. Keenan Allen, nah. They don't need another big name receiver. I just threw out Terry McLaurin. I wouldn't do it. I'd stay with what I got. I'd look at the cut down, find out if I can find some youthful receiver that somebody missed on or, had no room for. I think I would try to fill my receiver, spot somewhere else. No more big money expenditures on receivers. No more of that. Corner, safety, I would do the same. Don't wait. Don't try to go sign, some big name guy, Simmons or one of these guys. No. Go see, get your scouts out there. Lynch has a whole bevy of scouts. They'll watch every preseason game. They'll go through it with a finely comb through that thing. They will turn over every stone looking for every good DB, and they might have to find one. And that's another area to look for at the cut down. But nobody cuts good pass rushers, and pass rush is the name of the game. And the Niners spent a lot already on Mikael Williams and Huff, and they're looking to improve their pass rush. Hendrickson has 17.5 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. You could argue he's one of the best pass rushers in the game. He's only 30. The Bengals are hard up against the cap. The Niners have cap room. This would be the one guy I would extend for. I absolutely would. If they could somehow figure out a way to get Trey Hendrickson on this team, trade the second, trade the third, They've screwed up those picks so many times in the past. I think it's a smart move. Les Snead, when he got to this point where he was screwing up second and third round picks, started trading them for Stafford and Ramsey, and they won a bowl. I think Lynch is in the same spot. You can't just hope that you're going to hit on every pick. You're going to have to, maybe accelerate into the present and go for a veteran. And Hendrickson, I don't know why Cincinnati would trade him. He's one of the great players in the league. He's got an unbelievable motor. He's a fantastic pass rusher. He's solid against the run. But if they want to move him, that would be the guy. That would be the guy. Why? Because if you can mount a big pass rush up front, now all your young DBs look better. And the Niners have 7 new corners and 10 new DBs and all kinds of youth on the back end, and they could really benefit greatly from Bosa and Hendrickson dialing up big-time heat on the quarterback. So those are the stories of the day. Oh, the other last one is George Kittle is 350-1 to win the American Century Golf Tournament up in Tahoe. Marty Fish and Steph Curry are 4-1 co-favorites. Sam Darnold is also in that tournament. He's a 135 to 1 shot. Kittle, who will be playing with just, I think, a random a bag of clubs. I think I read that the other day. 350-1. So safe to say Kittle will not be winning the golf tournament in Tahoe. All right, we're going to take a timeout. Up next, we're going to get into what I think are the biggest questions of the day going into training camp for the 49ers. What do you view as the Niners' biggest issue? 808 KNBR. We'll get into my 12 next. Raj Melwani will join us at the bottom of the hour. It's Niners Nightly, the great Jacob Violante producing on the Sports Leader. Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly on a Wednesday. Hope everybody's having a fantastic July the 9th. We're going to talk to the great Raj Melwani from RSF 49ers, who is really plugged in. Bottom of the hour, coming up here in a few minutes. I'm going to talk a little bit about my 12 questions going into camp, but I found something today that made me laugh. I mean, really laugh. It's like sometimes when you have something going good for your team in sports, sometimes it's just good to shut up and enjoy it. You know what I mean? If you were that guy walking around complaining about Steph and KD and Draymond and Clay together, that guy did exist, right? There was somebody walking around complaining about the Warriors, the dynastic Warriors. The Giants won 3 in 5 years. There were people still complaining, right? The Niners, Steve Young got many, many, many criticisms, despite the fact he was a multiple-time MVP and a terrific guy and a great leader. And, so that doesn't always make sense. Patrick Mahomes is getting body shamed by the media. And this one cracks me up because this is a Kansas City-based podcaster / radio host. His name's Kevin Keitzman. And this is what he said about, took to social media, or maybe this is on the radio, but this is what he said about Mahomes. He's fat. I mean, first of all, this guy's the best player in the league. He's led the Chiefs to 7 consecutive AFC title games. Oh my God. The guy's got 5 Super Bowl appearances. 5. All right. He's fat. He's an embarrassment. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. I don't understand it. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door dashing fried chicken. You've got a $500 million contract. It's your job. He's done nothing but eat and drink this offseason. Wow. Every team in pro football would trade their quarterback in a moment for Patrick Mahomes. And by the way, this tragedy that has gone on in Texas where so many people affected, Jerry Jones is worth like $17 billion. And he gave like 500 grand. He like donated 500 grand. Now, that's 500 grand more than I donated, right? So what am I going to complain to? I'm going to complain really loud about somebody I didn't donate a penny. But I'm also not worth 17 billion. He's worth 17 billion. He devoted like 500 grand. Patrick Mahomes found out about this, and Patrick Mahomes, has spent a lot of his life in Texas. I mean, he went to White House High School in White House, Texas. He went to Texas Tech for college. He was born in the same small Rose town that, created the great Earl Campbell, Tyler, Texas, which is the rose capital of the world. That's where all the roses come from. That's where Patrick Mahomes is from. Patrick Mahomes found out about the tragedy in Texas, donated $1.5 million, and then gave like his home or gave like one of his vacation homes or some home that he owns that's not his primary residence to like people who had lost their home and said, here, stay here until you get, back up on your feet. So, and he got, and once again, there's some big mouth know-it-all, Larry Krueger in Kansas City, Kevin Keitzman. You're fat. You're an embarrassment. Oh, my goodness. So what if he's a little pudgy? He's a 3-time Super Bowl champion. He's a 2-time MVP. The guy's the best quarterback there is. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, there you go. So, there's always, as great as somebody is, there's always somebody else out there ready to rip them down. And I joke saying it's the Larry Krueger of Kansas City. But Kevin Keitzman, what the hell? All right. What are the key questions for the Niners opening or entering training camp? I have 12 key questions, but I really have 10 and then 2 that I think are really, really key. Okay. So we'll go with the 10 and then we'll get back to the primary 2, and then we'll take a break. We'll welcome in Raj Melwani and we'll get his thoughts on a lot of these things. Okay. Question number 1, is Brock Purdy, has he topped out? Is he getting better? Is he getting worse? I think the Brock that I've seen in OTAs and minicamp looks better. He looks better. The ball's coming out. It looks a little faster, a little bit more crisp. He looks like he's a little stronger. He knows the offense a little better. I mean, it's weird to say that, but I think Brock Purdy is still an ascending player who's getting better. Based on my eyes, that's what I've seen. So that's question number 1. Is Brock still getting better? Question 2, who's going to win quarterback 2? Is it going to be Mac or is it going to be Mordecai? And if it's Mordecai, what happens to Mac? I think that's a big question entering camp. Question 3, how good's Ben Barch? Ben Barch is the starter at left guard. Aaron Banks is a Packer now. He left in free agency. Barch is the starter at left guard. He's had some injuries throughout his career, but he's played pretty well for the Niners, and I know Forster likes him a lot. I like him a lot. I think he's a good player. I think there's a chance Barch could be better than Banks. But how good is he going to be? Or is there going to be somebody else? Is it going to be Drew Moss or Connor Colby or one of these other guys? Spencer Burford. If Barch shows up and plays, it's his gig. But if he shows up and he's not that great, there's options. There's lots of options. All right, that's question 3. Question 4, Ricky Pearsall. Can he step up? There's not going to be any Debo. Ayuk's gone until probably November. Can Ricky Pearsall, with everybody, it's one thing to do it at the end of the year, losing year, nobody notices who's playing where, and you're out of the playoff picture. It's a totally different deal with no Debo, no Ayuk. You're the man week 1. Everybody's trying to stop you, and you got to go out there and produce. Can he do it? First round pick, right? Should be able to do it. It's year 2. That's question number 4. Question number 5. The Niners last year were 32nd in wide receiver separation. Their receivers were glued to corners. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. Jacob Cowing, Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Watkins, I think those guys are going to create that wide receiver separation that the Niners lacked in 2024. I think you're going to see Brock Purdy throwing to some open guys at times. I think Cowing and Robinson and Watkins are going to get more separation than Debo and JJ and Ayuk got a year ago. So that's good. Question 6. Is Shanahan going to use a lot more 2 tight ends, what they call 12 personnel, with Luke Farrell signed as a free agent? They want to get Kittle out in the pattern as a receiver more. Does that mean without Ayuk and with Kittle out in the pattern that, they just let their 5 offensive linemen block, or do they go 12 personnel with 2 tight ends and let Luke Farrell be your on the line of scrimmage blocker? He's a big-bodied, strong line of scrimmage blocker. Think Charlie Warner. That's question, I guess, number 6. Question number 7. Is Brent Boyer going to improve the Niners' 32nd ranked special teams unit? And who gets the kicker job between Moody and Joseph? And is Junior Bergen says he wants to go to Canton. He's got that kind of standard for himself, which is great to hear, but can he make the roster? Can he be there? Can he be on the team? I think that's major. Linebacker competition. Nick Martin or D. Winters? I'll give the edge to Nick Martin, but I'm looking forward to seeing that. Who starts at safety with Malik Mustafa and Jair Brown dinged up, and you've got a couple new guys there, Richie Grant, Pinnock, Jason Pinnock, the former corner. Who starts at safety? Either safety spot. Who are the Niners corners behind Stout and Lenore and Renardo? Who's corner 4, 5, and 6? I'm thinking it's Luter, maybe Saron Neal, maybe Jacob Robinson, maybe somebody from outside. But those, corner number 4, 5, and 6 are huge. So those are the 10 questions. Now, the 2 that I think are the biggest are 11 and 12. And that is 11 is who starts at defensive tackle for the 49ers. They drafted Alfred Collins in the 2nd round. He hasn't gotten on the field. They drafted C.J. West in the 4th round. They want him to start. I'm sure they want him to start. They also have Kalia Davis. They've got Kevin Givens. They've got other options. But who starts at defensive tackle, and can they mount any pass rush on the inside, without Hargrave, who's moved on in free agency to the Vikings? So who starts at defensive tackle? I think that's a primary question. And to me, the biggest question for the 49ers going into this season is how should Kyle Shanahan and how should Bobby Turner split up the CMC Isaac Guerrero running back touches? It's been 95-5 CMC to everybody else. But you got to keep CMC healthy. This regime has not gotten to Super Bowl Sunday with a healthy CMC. To me, that's got to be the goal for the season. Get to Super Bowl Sunday still alive with a healthy Christian McCaffrey. If you get to Super Bowl Sunday with a healthy Christian McCaffrey, you're going to win. You're going to win, but you got to get there with a healthy McCaffrey. They haven't done that yet. I think Guerendo's going to have a huge year. I saw somebody suggest today they should trade him. What? Trade him? No. Are you kidding me? This guy's big and fast and amazing. Get him on the field. Finish games without CMC. When you got a 14-point lead against the Panthers, it's the 4th quarter, run somebody else, not CMC. To me, how Bobby T and Shanahan, how they dole out the touches at running back between Guerrero and McCaffrey is going to have a huge determining factor. It will be a huge determining factor on what kind of year it is for the Niners. All right, let's take a time out. The great Raj Melwani joins us next. We'll talk about these topics and others next on the Sports Leader. Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly on a Wednesday. Hope everybody's having a great one. Niners Nightly, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA 627. All right. Thanks to Redwood Credit Union for sponsoring Niners Nightly. We appreciate that. We also appreciate the great Raj Melwani, who's fantastic. If you've checked out RSF 49ers on YouTube, on IG, you've run into my man Raj, and he's with us on the UMA guest line to talk a little Niner football. Hey, Raj, how are you? Oh man, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. This is the time of year where, man, it's like you really, if you're like us and you're at everything, right? Every practice and everything, you gotta get ready for it. So, man, I've been in the gym, I've been pumping iron, I've been running, I've been trying to get in shape. Man, I took June and I just said, you know what? June and July I'm going to turn it into my own mini training camp. So if you see me at training camp and I look kind of pudgy, just imagine what I looked like before. So Raj, what do you think? Camp is going to be here shortly. The rookies report on the 15th. And there was, our friend Nicholas McGee from Niners Nation, who does some great work, did a couple different articles in the last week, and he had 3 players on the offensive side of the ball and 3 players on the defensive side of the ball that have the most pressure on them going into camp. His offensive guys are Christian McCaffrey, Ricky Pearsall, and Ben Barch. What do you think of those 3 guys? Which guys got the most pressure on them going into camp? Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. I love Ricky Pearsall, man. I mean, I seriously, I love talking to him. I love everything about that kid. He's just very, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, football is vitally important to him. You can kind of tell. It's like this guy didn't show up. This guy didn't show up to make the team. The guy didn't show up to be pretty good. He wants to be excellent. He wants to be damn good. You know what I mean? And I love that about him. I like that. I like that about Pearsall. I get the sense that he's got really high standards for himself. He holds himself to high standards, and I think he's special. I think my biggest concern with Ricky is just durability. He's got the hamstring, but I don't even know how big of a hamstring issue he really had. I got the vibe that maybe it was precautionary that he was sitting out the OTAs. But yeah, I'm a little concerned about his durability, I guess. CMC's the other major issue, and to me, and I just brought this up a minute ago. How does Shanahan and how does Bobby T, how do they divvy up the running back touches? Because you got it. I understand in the past it's been like, Christian, what do you want? Anything Christian wants, Christian gets. Now I think I'd rather protect Christian from Christian, and let's see more of Garendo, and let's get to the playoffs with a healthy Christian, and let's get to Super Bowl Sunday with Christian ready to dominate. Because when he's at full tilt, I think he's as good as there is. Yeah, find another back to finish games with. I looked at the schedule. The schedule's cake. The schedule is absolutely cake. They're going to have some games where they're going to get to their fourth quarter drive with 8 minutes left, and they're going to have a 12-point lead in some of these games. I want to see anybody but Christian. I'd rather see you, Raj. I'd rather see anybody. I mean, handoff, tackled in the backfield, Raj Melwani. Maybe not you, Raj. Maybe not you. You're not the power back. But you know what? Anybody but Christian. They used Elijah Mitchell to finish. they used to finish with Elijah because he never fumbled. He was very reliable. Finish with Kiner, finish with James, finish with Abanaconda, finish with anybody not named CMC. That's all. Yeah. Exactly. How about defensively? Defensively, Nicholas McGee listed as the three guys that had the most pressure: Jair Brown, D. Winters, and Mikael Williams. I think Mikael Williams, I would agree with. He was the 11th pick in the draft. I think that's one of the highest picks in the entire team. So there's going to be some expectations there. I agree with Jair Brown. I don't know about D. Winters. I don't know if I would say there's tons of pressure on D. Winters. I think we'd all like to see D. Winters step up, but I don't know. If I say defensively, who's got pressure on him? Who do you think of? Only thing about D. Winters, what round was D. Winters taken in? Wasn't he like a 6th round pick? I thought he was like a late pick. So I don't know. I don't know how much pressure I want to put on a 6th round pick, but the guy that I definitely think has some pressure is Alfred Collins. Alfred Collins was a 2nd round pick. There was a lot of great players on the board when the Niners took Alfred Collins. The Niners need some interior pass rush. They had Hargrave. Obviously, they signed him. It didn't work out. He's now in Minnesota. I would say there's a ton of pressure on Alfred Collins. You're a 2nd round pick. They need you to, unlike some teams where you could just be drafted and like, hey man, all you got to be is the 5th defensive tackle on this team. No, I mean you're a 2nd round pick. You're expected to play a significant role. I think I don't know. I mean, he has yet to get on the field. The calf injury has lingered. I hope it's a calf and not an Achilles. What do you think of Alfred Collins on his? I mean, we haven't seen him, but what do you think of him as far as pressure and what's the expectations? Yeah. Oh, I know. Out of sight, out of mind. I mean, hardly any of the 2nd round picks have signed. It's really not his fault. There was a precedent set where a couple of the early signings got fully guaranteed deals, and now I think that's delayed everybody else. I think he will get signed, but I gotta see this guy play, man. This guy's got to get on the field and he's got to do it. 2nd round pick. I mean, seriously, it's gonna. It's not like he's a 7th. He's a 2nd. One last one, Raj. If John Lynch came to you and said, "Hey, Raj, I got 45.7 million in cap space. We're going to roll over at least, a big chunk of that because we got Purdy cap hits going up to 24 million in 26, 57.6 million in 28. We got a lot of great players on the team. We're going to need to roll some of that money over. But we're not going to roll it all over. We have room for one more addition. What would you like to see them add if they could between now and camp?" And I bring this up because there's a longtime journalist, Mike Fisher of Athlon Sports, who suggested today in an article that the Niners ought to call the Bengals. And I've been talking about Shamar Stewart, but he's talking about Trey Hendrickson, Mr. 17 and a half sacks, who's set to earn 16 million this year, which is a bargain for a player with 17 and a half sacks in each of the last 2 years. I'm saying go get Hendrickson, or at least call up and find out what it would take. That would be the guy, in my opinion. If you could have Lynch add one piece, what piece are you interested in? Right. Yeah. Who do you got? Yeah. Scary Terry. He's the man, Raj Melwani, RSF 49ers. He's the founder. He's the creator. You catch him on YouTube. You catch him on Instagram. The gram, as the kids would say. Raj, good stuff, man. We'll wrap again soon. It's always great to talk Niners with you. We'll do it again. There you go. Raj Melwani, RSF 49er, creator, founder, YouTube, Instagram. Hundreds of thousands of Niner fans follow Raj, including Kittle, including Lynch, maybe Shanahan. Probably not Shanahan, but definitely Kittle and Lynch. All right, and me and others. So he's a great follow on Instagram, on YouTube, and check him out, Raj Melwani. All right, it is time for our 49er stat of the day. We'll come back, wrap it up, and hand the reins to Kerry Crowley, who's going to be talking a lot of baseball coming up, top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly as we coming down the home stretch, getting ready to hand it off to Kerry Crowley, who's going to talk a little Giants baseball coming up here. Giants got drilled today, but the Dodgers roll in Friday night, and I cannot wait. All right, it is time for our 49er stat of the day, and it's a good one. DeMarcus Robinson was, when the Niners signed DeMarcus Robinson, I got to be honest, I didn't think much of it. I really didn't. You know, when you think of Rams, you think of Puka, you think of Cooper Kupp, you know, now you're thinking of Devontae Adams. And even though Robinson was effective, I don't know. I just never really thought of him. And then I looked at his 40 time, and he only ran 4.59 coming out of college. So it's not like he's a burner. But, man, he really did impress me in the OTAs. This is a guy who understands how to separate with the ball in the air. He can free himself open down the field. He averaged almost 17 yards per reception last year. But the number that stood out, and this is our 49er stat of the day, DeMarcus Robinson in 2024 had 7 receiving touchdowns. If he had been on the Niners, that would have been second on the team to George Kittle's 8. So, we think about DeMarcus Robinson, we kind of think of him as just kind of throw in whatever. He might be quite a bit better and quite a bit more impactful than maybe I thought initially. And especially without Ayuk, the Niners are going to need any and all receivers to step up. And, yes, we can sit here in July 9th and say Pearsall's got to step up, but then, he can only do what he can do. Cowing's got to step up, but he's a second-year player, hasn't done it yet. Robinson's established 7 touchdowns last year, second only to Kittle on the Niners. Wouldn't it be great if DeMarcus Robinson could replicate that kind of season in 2025? All right, that is going to do it for us. Thanks to Raj Melwani. Thanks to the great Jacob Violante. Kerry Crowley's got you up next, talking some Giants baseball. Keep them company. 808 KNBR is the number. We'll be back tomorrow night. We're going Niners Nightly back-to-back Wednesday and Thursday. Giants play the day game today. They're off tomorrow. So we're back with you tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. So join me tomorrow at 6 for another edition of Niners Nightly. But Crowley is next on the Sports Leader. Thanks, Paul. Have a good night, man.
Steph Curry again! And the seam heads that bleed orange and black. Good man! This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045. Here's your host, Kerry Crowley.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you this evening, 7 o'clock until 9 o'clock here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Reminder, this show is sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. On the heels of what was one of the most amazing epic comebacks in the 25-year history of Oracle Park, a moment that most of us watching last night's game will never forget. A highlight that we replayed on KNBR as long as this station continues to exist. So at least the next few years. The Giants lose 13-0 today. On the heels of all of that, the momentum that they built up, the 4-game win streak, taking victories in 6 of their last 7 games, jumping squarely back into the National League wildcard race. The Giants go out on Wednesday with the opportunity to sweep the Philadelphia Phillies, with the opportunity to get Justin Verlander his very first win in a San Francisco Giants uniform. And they play quite possibly their worst game of the season. The offense looked lifeless. The defense had nothing in support of Verlander. And the bullpen did very little to keep the game within reach. So, Justin Verlander, who goes out on Wednesday, July 9th, seeking victory number 263, really having his best stuff as a member of the San Francisco Giants. He goes out, and for the 15th time this season, he ends without a win. And he pitched well enough. Believe me, anyone who watched today's game knows that Justin Verlander was pretty dialed in. 96 with the fastball in the first few innings. The curveball had a sharp bite to it. He struck out Bryce Harper early. And then, well, the defense let him down. Harper hit one over the fence, and the Giants would have absolutely no answers. It was as crushing of a defeat coming off of as an amazing of a win as you can have as a baseball club that you could suffer. The Giants have taken worse losses this season. Not from a margin of defeat. 13 runs is their biggest loss this season, but they've taken far worse defeats. I go back to a game that they lost in Colorado against the Rockies where they were up, 7-1? They end up losing 8-7. That's a really bad loss. There's a number of other games that slipped out of their reach, and you felt, okay, you win this one, you're in a pretty good spot. Let's look at the 2 losses against the Chicago White Sox. Let's look at the 3 losses against the Miami Marlins. Let's look at any game they played against the AL Central this year, because the vast majority of those, the Giants have looked terrible in. So today's loss doesn't necessarily feel as bad, especially when you consider that the Giants won the first 2 games of the series, won the season series against a team that, for my money, will win the National League East. I think the Phillies are superior to the New York Mets. I think the Phillies will get better during the second half of the season, and I think the New York Mets will continue to fade, so much so that I think the Giants will finish in front of them in the National League wildcard race. The challenge, of course, is that there are now, on Wednesday, July 9th, 10 teams competing for 6 playoff spots in the National League. You take the Rockies, you take the Marlins, you take the Reds. Well, the Reds are still theoretically in this, but you take the Braves and the Nationals and the Pittsburgh Pirates, and you throw them out. Everyone else is still squarely in the race. Now, there are other teams that could sell at the deadline. The Reds, the Diamondbacks, they could bow out. But at least at this moment, it's 10 teams vying for 6 spots. And so when you're the San Francisco Giants, and you lose 3 to the Miami Marlins, and you lose 2 to the Chicago White Sox, you have to make up ground in some other way. You have to come in and you have to win your series against the Phillies. In fact, you kind of have to sweep your series against the Phillies. And so for the Giants to fail to show up in support of Justin Verlander today, I thought was an opportunity squandered. For the Giants to fail to build momentum on day 16 of this 16-game and 16-day stretch, to fail to close it out with the necessary intensity required across Major League Baseball, I thought it was a disappointment. And so they will forget about Wednesday, July 9th. This is not a game that anyone will remember anytime soon, save for people digging through the history books to find all the games that Mike Yastrzemski pitched in one day. Those folks, they might see Wednesday, July 9th yet again. And one of the reasons they can forget it is because the Dodgers are coming to town. Friday evening, Oracle Park, Logan Webb on the hill. It is one of those gotta-have-it games. It is a tone-setter game with the team's leader on the mound. The Giants have set things up well for this weekend. And of course, a 13-0 loss gets in the way of a big win streak and feeling great about yourself, potentially cutting the division lead to 4 games, which the Giants could have done today with a victory, considering the Dodgers have now lost 6 in a row. But you take today's game out of the equation. You know that over the course of 162, you're going to lose 50, you're going to win 50, and it's the other 62 that decide things. And you look ahead to this weekend and you think, the Giants have a heck of an opportunity, and they've got their ace on the hill on Friday night at Oracle Park. All 3 games should be sellouts, 40,000 strong at China Basin. It is going to have a playoff-like atmosphere. The Giants have 48 hours between now and first pitch on Friday evening. They've got to rest up. They've got to get in the right frame of mind, and they have to make sure that their performance against the Dodgers Friday, Saturday, and on Sunday looks nothing like what we saw today out at Oracle Park. A missed chance, a missed opportunity, and a really bad loss on a day when Justin Verlander actually had really good stuff. We'll talk about that and more on the other side. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We'd love to hear from you. How concerned are you about Justin Verlander? Is he the problem for the San Francisco Giants, or are the San Francisco Giants around him the problem when he pitches? Are they too tight? Is the offense too eager to get a hit swinging out of its shoes? Is the defense too worried about making a play? Is the bullpen unable to keep the game close or within reach because everyone wants to get Justin Verlander win number 263. What is the problem here? Because clearly 15 starts in, there is one. You tell me. 415-808-KNBR is the number. More when we come back here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
0-2 pitch. Real Muto strikes out swinging. Slider, and Verlander got him to chase. That's 7 strikeouts for Verlander.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that I've just kind of really been harping on is, I feel like hitters have been seeing the ball a little early on me. So I think my arm's a little late and dragging. So just kind of had this thought a couple days ago just to kind of force the issue a little bit, just get it out and get it kind of down where it used to be. Felt good in catch play and carried it into the game today. And I think immediately the results were great. So, yeah, quite optimistic.
Six innings, 2 earned runs, no walks, 7 strikeouts. It's really all you can ask of a mid-rotation starter. Giants would take that from Justin Verlander each time out. They got it on Wednesday, and they did absolutely nothing with it. In fact, Verlander gave up 4 runs because his defense betrayed him. The Giants were never in the game because the offense couldn't touch Jesus Luzardo, who last time out gave up 5 against the Cincinnati Reds. The bullpen blew this game wide open as Tristan Beck surrendered 6 runs and Scott Alexander gave up another before Mike Yastrzemski came in, having to bail out the rest of the bullpen and take the final inning on. So the Giants lose 13-0 on Wednesday. They fail to capitalize on the momentum created by Patrick Bailey's epic inside-the-park walk-off home run on Tuesday evening. They still take the series, but it leaves the question, is Justin Verlander at fault for his first half? Or are the players around him at fault for his first half? He's 0-7. Should it be that way? Is the 42-year-old very close to the end? Or does he show that he has more left in the tank, like I thought he did today? Giants players should start helping him. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Send out to Steve. Steve, you're on KNBR. Steve, what's going on this evening?
Terry, good to talk to you again. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, great to talk to you. What's on your mind this evening?
Well, at least, as I told a friend, at least we did spend a couple $100 to go out and watch Yaz pitch the 9th inning today.
Our producer Jacob may have done just that. So,
two things I wanted to get your thoughts on. One is the person that I think is, for me, the most disappointing player this year, and then also comparing the Adames versus the Devers trade. And on your original point, I thought Verlander had his best stuff of the year this year.
Yeah, I think he did. It was very clear. Like, the fastball had a lot of life. The breaking ball was sharp. Both breaking balls were sharp.
Oh, my God, dropping off the table.
Yeah.
It was great.
So it's unfortunate that the offense couldn't help him.
I hear you. So my biggest disappointment, not because he's having the worst year, but just because I was expecting more from him, is Mr. Lee. I wasn't expecting the second coming of Ichiro, but I was expecting more from the grandson of the wind. And I love what he's doing in the outfield. I mean, he's getting to everything. He's making great plays. He makes all the routine plays. But it's his approach at the plate. I don't understand it. Yesterday seemed like it was a change, like he was spraying the ball around. But for the most part, he's not using his speed. He's not going the opposite field as much as he could. He's not bunting. He's not really been a threat on the bases to steal. He's lofting a lot of balls. He's turning a lot of balls over, not waiting to go deeper in the count. I don't understand his approach. And one thing I noticed is I don't know, and this changed yesterday because he wasn't doing. But it seemed like almost every time he swung at a pitch, he's reaching for his helmet, like the helmet was too big. Nobody ever brought that up, but I'm wondering, that's kind of a distraction, one, and two, he's definitely losing time doing that. And yesterday I noticed he didn't do that. I don't know if he did it today or not.
Yeah, it's interesting watching his swings right now, Steve, because he looks far more off balance than he did during the month of April when he was great. I feel like he's made some sort of a mechanical adjustment in an effort to drive the ball more consistently, and he's lost some of that contact that made him really valuable in the month of April. And so I think there's a lot to be done over the All-Star break with the hitting coaches. The other component to this, and I don't know if the Giants really want to acknowledge this, but I don't know that Jung-Hoo Lee is truly an everyday player. I think they looked at him as a guy who could play center field 150 times a season and be completely fine. I think Lee might need a right-handed platoon partner. And they're certainly not going to have one for him this season, but I think that could be in store in the future for him.
You might be right about that. But I think the fact that they paid him so much money may make them a little reticent to do that. But anyway, that's a really good point. So the other thing, I was thinking today, like Devers has to make an adjustment, new team. I get all that. But there's something that's bothering me about it, and it's the amount of money is staggering. Yeah. So I started thinking, why didn't I mind so much that Adames got off to a slow start? Well, he's out in the field every day. He has a great chemistry with Chapman as people. He's the most infectious, enthusiastic guy in the team. No problems in front of the microphone. And then he worked on things, and now we can see what this guy can do. I mean, I can't wait for next year for this guy. And then on the other hand, we have Devers. Is kind of like he's not playing in the field either because he can't or won't or whatever. Who knows why? We don't get to know the guy as a person. And his stats. I mean, 230 average. 30 strikeouts and 77 at bats, 2 home runs. Not really great.
Steve, here's my thought on that is I was kind of diving into how Giants fans feel about each of these players' first impressions since coming over in their major deals. Adames is a free agent. Devers, of course, the big trade acquisition. And I make this comparison. It's a loose comparison. Obviously, this isn't apples to apples. But Devers, I think, has some Brandon Belt-like body language issues when he makes an out, when he swings through a pitch. There's clear frustration and devastation when he makes an out in a big spot. And much like Brandon Belt, the shoulders slump a little bit. Whereas Adames, it's much like Pablo Sandoval, where he was the happiest guy on the field regardless of what was going on. And that endeared him to Giants fans. The Giants could have a tough season, but Pablo, you would know, would still be smiling on a day-to-day basis. And I think in San Francisco, more so than in other markets, say Boston, where Pablo went and it didn't work out for him, that actually works a little bit. Like, people are willing to give you more time if they know that you're clearly invested and bringing a positive attitude on a daily basis. That's not to say that Devers isn't positive. It's just in the moment, he looks as frustrated as Belt did when he strikes out,
Matches. Oh, I never even thought about that. Yeah, like when Devers swings and misses, he almost always stares right through to the pitcher, as if did you really put that past me or something?
Yeah, it's a good thought. Thank you for the call, Steve. Appreciate your time this evening. Good stuff. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We got some more people on the phone lines right now. We're gonna head out to Daniel in Sacramento. Daniel in Sacramento, you're on Sports Phone. Daniel, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, first-time caller.
I appreciate that. Fired up. Let's hear what you got to say.
Love your show, bro.
Thank you.
I was so euphoric from last night's stunner that I took the day off work. Man. I was so freaking happy I could barely sleep, and this morning I was just giddy. I told your producer this when he was screening me, so it's going to sound like I'm repeating myself, producer dude. Earlier, people were complaining about Verlander and his pitching today. Man, give him some slack. he did damn well today.
Yeah.
Compared to the previous outings, and they're saying, oh, he's got 0 wins. Oh, man, he's got no run support. What do you want? What do you want?
No, Matt, if he went 9 innings and gave up the 1 run today, a home run to Bryce Harper, he obviously gave up 2 earned runs, but if that was it, he goes 9 and gives up 1, he still gets saddled with the loss. That's how little support the Giants gave him.
Yeah.
They couldn't score him a single run today on the day when he had his best stuff of the season.
Right. It just seemed like they gave up, especially after that split pitching, the 8th inning.
Yeah.
God, who was it?
It was Tristan Beck who came in and gave up 6.
Right. It's, oh, my God. But, I wasn't too upset about today considering the last 2 games. I just wish they would have scored at least 1 run.
Yeah.
But with Verlander, I still enjoy watching him pitch after all these years. It's not like LeBron James. He's been playing for 25 years, and I'm sick and tired of hearing his name. I'm like, dude, retire,
Yeah.
But on another subject, Bill Lasky keeps telling me to give Devers time to find his feet and all that. And I'm just wondering, when is a good time for me to start complaining about him and not be criticized for it?
I mean,
DH.
Everyone's going to have different everyone's going to have different opinions. My thing is he's clearly playing hurt. And as soon as he looks healthy to me, that's when I'm going to start judging his swings. I was surprised that the Giants even used him today as their designated hitter. I thought they'd try to buy him 2 days off, get the off day tomorrow off, have him play against the Dodgers, get the 4 days with the All-Star break, so he's off 7 for 10 days. His back is clearly an issue right now. He does not look like the Rafael Devers that he's been throughout his career, and he's playing hurt.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's clear. He runs like a girl right now.
There's plenty of incredibly fast women, so thank you for the call. I didn't quite get that one. I don't know if you guys were watching the Valkyries today. They smoked the Indiana Fever today. Let's go to Joe and Tracy. Joe and Tracy, you're on Sports Phone. Joe, how's it going this evening?
Jerry, how you doing, bud?
Doing well on mine. What's on your mind?
You know what, man? 13 zip. That's it.
Can't think back to the 2 previous wins. You're thinking about 13-0.
Jerry, what are we doing? What are we doing? Just look. Here's the thing. Grew up in Diamond Heights, right there, 2 blocks away from the original Safeway. As a kid, moved to Sacramento. Blah blah blah. Always still had the roots of San Francisco to this day. Thank you, my dad. Came over here from Columbia. Always was a big sports fan. Back then, the players back in the 60s, it wasn't exclusive as it is now. So, a lot of the players would, especially the Latin players, my dad would go to the same night spots, the clubs, salsa clubs back then. So he got to know Juan Marichal, not, my best friend, but hey, he knew, hey, how you doing, Jose? Blah, 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 blah. More to the point, my dad just instilled that, these players, they played with a sense of pride. I'm not suggesting that these players aren't, but my gosh, I grew up, going to Candlestick, on those Wednesday day games with the hot dog wrappers was, in Candlestick, or Chili Davis was my center fielder. And there was a sense of pride, like, it's different now. Of course it's different. It may sound archaic to some of these younger listeners right now, but for me, there's a value. SF Giants, that orange and that black stands for something, and I'm not suggesting that these players don't do that now, but with 13 zip, when it's 6 zip, 7 zip, all right, I need to have a player like, kind of maybe hit the Gatorade with the bat and go, you know what? I'm fucking, excuse me.
Okay. We got to let you go. Thank you for that. It's just, I wanted to let Joe continue going, but we can't have anyone cursing. So it's unfortunate. Maybe we will get Joe back on another time. Let me just go with this. There's an argument made a lot that players don't play as hard as they once did, that players don't care as much as they once did, that players aren't as fired up as they once were to go take the field, that they're not as tough as they used to be, that you just can't sit back and take 13-0 and lose. And that is simply nostalgia talking to you. I think about, the Giants teams that I grew up watching, 2004, 2005, 2006, some Giants teams that weren't very good. And I'm nostalgic for those teams because of that point in your life. When you're a kid, you think nothing's better than going to watch baseball games. You think these guys are your heroes. You think it's amazing that they're going out and wearing the jersey of your home city across their chest and playing for you. And you remember the best moments from when you're 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. You remember these people as heroes, as legends in your head. Let me tell you something. The 1962 Giants team, a team that so many people call up and talk about because they won 103 games, because they took the Dodgers down to the wire, because it was an incredible race against Los Angeles in the National League. July 5th, out at Candlestick Park, 1962, Giants trounced 11-3. Anyone ever bring up that game? Anyone ever talk about that one? No. And the reason no one does that is because 50 years from now, no one's going to talk about a 13-0 loss to the Phillies. You remember, if you're 10, 12, 14 years old right now, the games that your team won. You remember the Patrick Bailey inside the park walk-off home run, and you're going to become nostalgic for that moment. And you're going to say, they don't make catchers as tough as Patrick Bailey. Back in my day, our catchers hit inside the park home runs. That's what you'll say 50 years from now, because no one brings up the bad memories. And it's one of the great things about sports, one of the great things about baseball. You play 162 and you remember the very best, and you forget the very worst. But to say that, they used to play harder, they used to try harder. July 5th, 1962, team that won 103 games, trounced 11-3 against the Dodgers. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We got time for one more before this commercial break. Let's go out to Robbie in Sacramento. Robbie in Sacramento, you're on Sports Phone. Robbie, what's going on this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how are you doing today?
Doing well on my end. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm not sure you've seen the news or not regarding DJ LeMahieu from Yankees getting cut today.
Yep, DFA'd, owed $22 million.
Well, so if you pass the waiver wire or clears the waiver, can Giants pick him up?
Giants could pick him up. Any team could pick him up. Here's my hesitation on 36-year-old DJ LeMahieu, who has proven that he can hit in National League ballparks, Robbie. He's kind of like Wilmer Flores and several other Giants players. He doesn't really play the field anymore. He's not a good defender, and so you're adding someone who can't really go play second base for you, can't really go play first base at a high level anymore. You're just kind of adding another middle-of-the-road bat, and the Giants have a lot of those right now.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he can help us with the second base or either third base or either first base.
Yeah.
Or any of the infield, just because he played in NL West.
I totally remember the incredible years that he had with the Colorado Rockies, batting champion back in 2016. 2020 with the Yankees, he hit 364. The thought crossed my mind, it wouldn't shock me if the Giants tried it, but he just, to me, doesn't seem like the ideal fit for this team. Thank you so much for the call, Robbie. Appreciate your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're going to get to Ramiro and Roy right after this break. We're headed to a very brief commercial here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
2 down, nobody on. Phillies 1, Giants nothing. 1-2 pitch. Schwarber takes strike 3 called. He knew it. He turned around, didn't wait for the umpire. A curveball got him. 5 strikeouts in 3 very solid innings for Verlander.
I thought it was his best stuff of the year, maybe by a pretty good margin. You know, we just didn't play well behind him, and we didn't score many runs, and that's kind of been a theme when he's pitched. But I thought his breaking ball was really good. His heater was good. It's too bad. I mean, and, you know, ends up getting, only 2 earned runs, but we just don't do enough for him on either side of the ball. Like I said, he pitched well.
I'm going to be honest with you for a moment. I have no idea what audio Jacob, our producer, just played. He pulled this one out. Can't You See Marshall Tucker Band? I love this song. As soon as I heard the instrumental come on, I was like, Jacob, my man. Giants lose 13-0. I guess we got a show to go on with here. We could just turn this into a Marshall Tucker festival here on KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you Wednesday evening, 7 until 9 on Sports Phone KNBR, talking today's 13-0 loss, last night's dramatic 4-3 win, one of the craziest finishes you will ever see in a Major League Baseball game, not just a Giants game, not just a game at Oracle Park, but across Major League Baseball. Patrick Bailey, the 3-run inside the park walk-off home run to stun the Philadelphia Phillies, and the Giants followed it up 16 hours later with an absolute dud. So what to make of it? What to make of Justin Verlander? What to make of anything at this moment with 3 games to go before the All-Star break? That, of course, will lead to a lot of reflection, a lot of thoughts about where this team stands, realistic playoff pursuit, and who they should acquire before the trade deadline. Let's head out to Ramiro in San Francisco. Ramiro in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. What's going on this evening?
Hey, what's going on, Kerry?
How's it going?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, I just want to talk about last night's game and then the upcoming series against the Dodgers this weekend.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, last night was just like a little insane. I mean, I was at the game, and then right before, I think I was telling my brother and a buddy of mine, I was like, dude, like, this guy hasn't hit nothing for us. He's struggled. And literally a split second after, he just hits a missile right off the break. And then you saw that ball rolling. It's like, dude, like, this is insane. So last night was crazy. But you know what? I don't know what you think. Like, I think this is going to really test them against the Dodgers this weekend. Like, they need to, like, lock in, and they need to get a couple wins, I think, to kind of really make a statement and say, like, hey, we're still here, like, and we're still going to make a charge at the division. I don't know what you think about that. And then Justin Verlander, I think he's fine. Like, they need to score him runs. He should have at least 4 or 5 wins by now, but that's all I got for you, Kerry. What do you think?
Yeah, appreciate.
Hey, go Irish, by the way.
Appreciate the phone call, Ramiro. The call back to Sacred Heart knows I'm an SI Wildcat. There we go. So I will not say go Irish, but I will answer those questions. I do think taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers is important from a team morale standpoint headed into the All-Star break. From a division standpoint, the Giants can cut the division lead to 4 games, and that's very manageable coming out of the break. It was just 9 games a couple of days ago before the Giants went on a 4-game win streak, and the Dodgers went on a 6-game losing streak that they're in the midst of right now. But I also think, more so than anything, it evens the season series at 3-3 and proves the Giants can hang with the best team in the division. The Dodgers are not infallible this year. The Dodgers are not unbeatable this year. Their starting rotation for much of this season has been an absolute mess. Mookie Betts hasn't been all that much better than Willy Adames this year. He's not having a good season. Shohei Ohtani, MVP, but it's not the year that he had a season ago. This Dodgers team has flaws. It's a team that will need additions at the trade deadline if it wants to step on the gas and win another World Series. They signed Roki Sasaki this offseason. Tyler Glasnow was supposed to be the solution. The Dodgers' rotation's kind of been in shambles. And the Giants can absolutely take advantage of that this weekend. They've got the opportunity on Friday to go Logan Webb against Dustin May. They win that game, and then it's just take one of the next 2. They've got Robbie Ray going Sunday on regular rest. And they've got Landon Roop as well, looking for redemption after he got too fired up and goes 1 2/3 innings, 6 earned runs at Dodger Stadium his last time out. He needs to prove that he can face this Dodgers team. I think this is a great opportunity for him in front of 40,000 plus strong at home on Saturday to show that he can do just that. So I think evening the season series is very much a statement in and of itself. if the Giants take 2 of 3 this weekend, it's not just about getting to 4 games back in the division. I think it's a little too soon to maybe talk standings, but it is about showing the Dodgers you can go toe-to-toe with them. Let's go to our friend Roy in San Leandro. Roy in San Leandro, you're on Sports Drone. Roy, how's it going this evening?
Oh, pretty good, Kerry. Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Oh, we really appreciate you. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say I have basically 3 things. That caller earlier this evening talked about Adames. To me, the only flaw that I have with Adames is that, before the Giants came from behind and won that game, the runners I think they were on second and third, and there was no outs. What he should have did was try to bunt. He should have tried a suicide squeeze. Else, I think the runners were on first and second, not third and second. He should have did his best to bunt them along.
Okay.
But he goes sit up there and swing at pitches outside and all that, which really didn't make sense to me. But the second thing I wanted to mention was that this year's draft, I still think the Giants need to go after either a back catcher, else a slick fielding, and a good hitting infielder.
Okay.
Because they need that. And Christian Beck, I don't know if you noticed, he got kind of roughed up today.
Yeah.
But one thing about him, he's the kind of pitcher that the longer he pitched, the better he get. I tried to explain that to Bill Lasky because when I played, with the Twins minor league system, it's some guys that need the work.
Yeah.
And, he has, when he's pitching, he has good control. But, I don't know. I don't know what the Giants are thinking and why they, because you remember when he beat the Cardinals the year before last?
Yeah, I know what they're thinking, and it's that the rotation's full, and they've got their high leverage guys in the bullpen. He doesn't have great velocity. He's not able to spin it that well. He's got to prove himself in limited opportunities. And so once he does that, then he'll get the chance to pitch for a while. But until he does that, it's hard to trust him,
Okay. Yeah, okay. That, I guess that makes some sense, but I do know that it just seemed like, the more that he's out there, the better he gets.
Yeah.
So,
I understand that. Yeah, I get that. And he was good in September last year. He was really good in September last year. I just think it's the type of situation where the Giants have more pitching depth right now, and so there's limited opportunities. When you get those opportunities, you can't have what happened today happen, which is 6 earned runs in a very short stint. It's going to lead to a lack of trust.
Do you think the Giants one thing the Giants got going for them than San Diego and the Dodgers is that they're young. One thing about it, the Giants have a lot of young players on their team. The Padres and the Dodgers, they got young players, but they kind of up in their late 20s and early 30s and all like that.
Yeah, I think it's balanced. The Giants obviously have 2 very young pitchers in their rotation in Roop and Birdsong. But also, they've got Robbie Ray, they've got Justin Verlander, they've got Matt Chapman, they've got Willie Adames, they've got Rafael Devers, all guys who are 28 or older right now. So I think, look, there's not a bunch of guys who are in their late 30s, but you don't see that very much across Major League Baseball anyway.
No, you don't, but I just think that the Giants, if they do make any moves, they should, because I really don't, this is just me saying this, though, Kerry. I really don't believe the Giants are going to win. I'm not being negative, but I just don't think that they're a strong enough team right now to be able to go all the way. Because you got to remember, like when those players, that problem with Matt Williams, when those players were running to pass him, and then they even though they pitching well from time to time, they got growing pains.
Yeah,
whereas
of course.
You're right, exactly, and seeing that's going to haunt them down the road. They're not ready, but next year, I would say, they will, if they could get another, maybe perhaps one more back, or something. But it's always great talking to you, Kerry.
Always appreciate your thoughts, Roy. Thank you so much. And here's what I'll say. You're not wrong about the fact that the Giants probably won't win at all as their roster is currently constructed. I think the chances right now are somewhere between 5 and 10%, which isn't great. But one thing that I will say, in early July of 2010, no one thought the Giants would go anywhere. In early July of 2012, same deal. In early July of 2014, definitely the expectations were lower. But that's why the trade deadline exists. That's why you add from outside the organization. 2010, Javier Lopez, Ramon Ramirez come over, fortify the bullpen, and the Giants simply were untouchable on the mound in the month of September. 2012, they needed another infielder. Marco Scudero comes over. They need another outfielder. Hunter Pence comes over. They transform that lineup. 2014, you need another starting pitcher. Jake Peavy comes and fills in. There are moves to be made. They don't all need to be Rafael Devers. Not every trade acquisition needs to be an A-lister. If I'm Buster Posey, I'm on the phone tomorrow with Chris Young of the Texas Rangers and saying, hey, Chris Martin, that 39-year-old reliever you've got, Hobie Milner, the 34-year-old left-hander that most people don't know the name of. How about Marco Luciano? How about Tristan Beck? How about Mason Black? Just start listing guys. Go down this 40-man roster. Make a 5-for-2 trade. I'm not kidding. The Giants need relief help. They need a right-handed hitting outfielder, and they might need a backup infielder. They might need a backup catcher at this point. There's a lot of needs that this Giants team has, so I totally agree with Roy from that perspective. Let's go to Jonathan in Napa. Jonathan in Napa, you're on Sports Phone. Jonathan, how's it going tonight?
Well, yourself, Kerry?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind?
Good. Couple of quick hits. One, Justin Verlander is getting Matt Cain. We all see it. He can pitch. Hasn't lost anything there. Just needs some run support. Rafael Devers, I shut him down for 2 weeks. If they're going to make any kind of legitimate playoff run, get into the tournament, he can't be busted. You know, it affects everything you do. When a guy can't really leg out down to first base, he pulls off. A la Barry Bonds back when his legs weren't well. It affects everything you do.
Yeah.
Get the guy some rest. Get him healthy. We know he can swing the bat. And if we're going to get him in the infield with any chance of being, marginal at best at this point, he's got to be well. Give him some rest. Sit him down. Explain, listen, we want the best version of you. I don't see anything wrong with that. You keep running him out there, sitting him, you're going to get the same numbers.
Yeah.
He's not really doing much.
Jonathan, you're talking to someone who agrees with you wholeheartedly. I really do, and I know it's probably an unpopular opinion among Giants fans. They want to see Devers on Friday night against the Dodgers. I get it. That's why you acquire him, but you also acquire him for the 8.5 seasons that he's going to bring you great hitting, and you can't get that great hitting if he's not fully healthy.
Right, dude's a stud.
Yeah.
And listen, I really think that the Giants have great potential. You stole my thunder. 10, 12, 14. Nobody saw him coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You have to make outside additions. You've got to do things to shore up the roster. Appreciate the phone call, Jonathan. Appreciate you waiting with us. We do have to take a quick break here. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're going to continue talking Giants into the 8 o'clock hour. We will field all of your phone calls on any potential Bay Area sports subject in the 8 o'clock hour. I'm rolling with you until 9 here on KNBR 104.5-680, the sports leader.
text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
He got hard. Uh-oh, now he hit him. And Schwarber said, no problem. Yastrzemski was looking at him like, oh, my God, I can't believe I just did that.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you. One more hour until 9 o'clock here on the Leader. Giants lose 13-0 to the Philadelphia Phillies in an absolute clunker of a game. Justin Verlander, 0-7, 15 starts in the first half, winless in those 15. Is it his fault? Or is it the fault of the guys around him? Who do you blame for Justin Verlander's failed first half? The Giants are still in this wild card race. They're still very much even in contention for their own division. They have a great weekend against the Dodgers. They're back in the NL West race that they looked out of a week ago. But where do you go from here? What do you do with Justin Verlander? Do you keep running him out there? Even if he can't win a ball game for you? Even if the offense looks tighter? Even if the defense collapses behind him, and even if the bullpen can't protect leads that he's given them? I don't know what the solution is. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We would love to hear from you. I think we got Ryan behind the glass. Ryan behind the glass here on Sports Phone. Ryan, what do you do with Justin Verlander?
You have to keep him in the lineup, don't you?
I feel they do. I feel they have no other choice. In fact, I feel so strongly that he, right now, in my opinion, probably needs to be like on a playoff roster for this team. I think you go Webb 1, Ray 2, Roop 3, assuming he's healthy enough to go because he's going to reach his innings limit, and then Verlander 4, and you don't pitch Birdsong. But who do you blame for the first half that Verlander's had?
Well, all you have to do is look at the game logs and the games that he's pitched. The last time the Giants have scored more than 3 runs when Verlander started the game was that wild 11-inning game in Chicago back in May 6th.
Which they had, what, like 3 runs headed into the 9th inning in that game?
Yeah. They were up 5-3 in the 9th, gave up the 2, and then scored like 9 in the 11th inning or something.
That was one of the all-time crazy extra inning games. There's been some Giants games this season that have just defied expectations and odds when it comes to how they finish, how they wrap up. Last night being one of them. Before we let you go here, Ryan, last night's game, initial takeaway from Patrick Bailey. What was running through your mind when you saw that ball rolling along the warning track in center?
You know, I was watching at home. I don't think I appreciated that moment like I should have because I was complaining at my television. I thought that went over the wall. And so the whole time it was rolling back that way, I was like, is nobody going to take a look at this? Like, it looked like it went over the wall in the real time at the camera angle on the TV. But, I mean, I don't know. And the thing I was thinking afterward, I wasn't thinking like, oh, my God, that was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. I was thinking, what do they do statistically? Like, how do they split that as an inside the park or outside? Do they look at that or do they care? I know the Giants don't care, but, like, there's got to be, like, some stat nerd in the back of the MLB office being like, all right, pull up the inside the park over in stats or something. I don't know. But, I mean, that was one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
After I took a moment or 5 minutes or something after complaining about it the whole time. I don't know.
I love that. That is a true seam head wondering if it went over the wall or how they're going to score that play. That's when you know you love ball.
Well, you know, the thing was, I was thinking in real time when Patrick was running around the bases, I was like, if this comes down to another Matt Williams send or stay situation, he gets called out or they keep him at third because the relay's good, then how would they look at that? Would the Giants challenge it? Or the thing was my dad brought up was if he gets thrown out at home plate, what's going on? Like, do the Giants challenge the call at the plate, or do they challenge the call on the field as a home run versus
is the
play?
McCarthy household just like a game of hypotheticals each night?
When it gets
how you're living life?
When it gets really late at night, my sister is not back at school yet, but she's gone all the time. My mom's asleep far before this game is over, so it's just me and my dad out there whispering back and forth to each other. Is that out? Is it a home run? Is it is there another Matt Williams controversy?
This is amazing.
So that's what happens. I was also watching the Earthquakes game last night. It was really late at night on my phone.
Double-barreled action.
And so I was like, kind of like, that's a home run. So that's not a home run. That's what goes on late at night.
Man, what a
Me,
window
Dad,
into
and
life.
the dog.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Ryan Behind the Glass, for the contributions to Sports Zone KNBR. I have to say, I don't know too many people double barrel action with Giants and Earthquakes. That's special. That's a household dedicated to Bay Area sports. If you're a 2-screen household, dial us up. What's the best 2-screen situation you've got going? One of my all-time favorites is September baseball and 49ers football. So you've got Giants on the TV playing meaningful September games, and you've got 49ers early season football at the same time. Jacob, any come to mind for you where there's like 2 screens at once and it's the best time of year to watch sports?
I can only handle like red zone football for like maybe like 2 weeks out of the whole season.
Yeah.
But you got to have the Niners on a big screen, and then you got to have the red zone on the other screen.
Okay.
That is the money.
Here's my hang up with that. Historically speaking, the 49ers play in the late window. And red zone in the late window, everyone knows is worse. But typically, you've had a few drinks. It's like 1 by then. You don't care as much. You're not as locked into the Octo box like you get at 10 a.m. At 1 p.m. when it's like, 49ers are on. There's some random East Coast game like Patriots-Dolphins starting. And then you're getting the Cardinals game as well. Cardinals hosting the Indianapolis Colts this week. So it's like the all-time worst red zone combination you could possibly have is always when the 49ers are playing a meaningful game, which is great. Like, you should be locked into Niners, or at least I think most people are locked into Niners. But I think like the premium viewing experience is Giants on one screen, 49ers on another. And then there's also been some times where, you get into December, you can get Niners and Warriors on the same night. Although I feel like those are a little bit more rare. And then, of course, when you get Warriors playoffs and Giants baseball on the same day, you get the Terry Francois two-step. Earlier this year, I did the Terry Francois two-step for Giants in the afternoon, Valkyries in the evening. That was a tremendous day for me. But that's not TV. I'm talking double-barrel TV action. So there are sporting events that come up throughout the year. Like, will you watch, is it the Wimbledon final this weekend?
Maybe. I won't go out of my way to watch it, but I do. It is, isn't it Djokovic versus Sinner?
Yeah, when I walked in the studio today, I saw Djokovic like crumbling to his knees. There was some sort of injury situation, but I'm not up on Wimbledon right now. I'll watch the U.S. Open, big U.S. Open guy. French Open, Wimbledon probably number 3 for me in my tennis power rankings.
I think it's number 1 for me, although I do like in the French Open when they slide across the clay.
Yeah.
That's always cool.
And Nadal he was like my favorite player, so that's why I was more of a French Open guy on the clay.
Okay, but the double barrel TV watching is not for tennis, okay?
No.
It's strictly for March Madness. Bro, March Madness, when you got all the games staggered and there's like 8 games at once, that is when it's money. You want to be at a sports book, like ideally. But if you're at home, get the two big screens out.
Okay. That's the right answer. We just got a text from one of the afternoon hosts tomorrow, Tim Webb, who said March Madness is the move. I think that's assumed that you're watching that on as many devices as possible. I assume that if you're gearing up to watch Thursday, Friday of March Madness, you're trying to get 3 screens in front of you. I'm talking about like the serendipitous Saturday afternoon or Sunday day where, I get to watch 2 of my favorite teams today, or I get to watch one of my favorite teams plus a marquee sporting event. Like Giants in the fall, you can also do Giants with college football. And oftentimes it's non-conference college football action that are on those Saturdays in September. So I always think that's a good one. Giants in June, when you got the Giants going and you got the U.S. Open golf tournament going, I think that's a great one. But to me, it's more about the serendipitous nature of this as opposed to March Madness, which we all know is just staged. It's a television event. You've got to lock yourself in. You take work off from Thursday or Friday. I wonder if there's any others out there.
I will say, so me and my buddies, we do love like all the UFC main events.
Okay. You and Marcus.
Yeah, and so, but a lot of times, there's some Giants baseball on there like at the same time, and that gets total veto. Like it's UFC is definitely A on that list, and then Giants is like a W.
Yeah,
know what I
you're
mean?
in trouble if you're peeking a look in the 6th inning of a Giants game when UFC's on.
Exactly. But there's so much time in between UFC fights. I can hit a little Giants in the meantime. And
Yeah.
Having the double barrel would come in hugely handy.
Yeah. So, best TV setup I've personally ever seen. There's an MLB insider, Robert Murray. He's a friend of mine. He breaks a lot of news. He broke the Devers trade. He was the one who tweeted the Giants are acquiring Rafael Devers. He lives in Scottsdale, Arizona. I walked into his living room one time during spring training. Guy's living room is couch and 5 flat screen TVs on the wall. So he's got like MLB Network on one, NFL Network on the other, ESPN on another, and then whatever streaming games you could possibly find. Like you're watching the Savannah Bananas documentary on ESPN3 at that point, you know? Like that's how deep you have to go. But Saturdays and Sundays in the fall, that's unbeatable. Like I wonder if anyone's out there right now. I don't have the text line pulled up in front of me. I do have the call line pulled up in front of me. So if you want to dial in 415-808-KNBR is the number. And you want to share your favorite multi-sport viewing experiences, we would love to hear from you. I will see if I can get the text line up at our commercial break here. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Sports Phone KNBR is the show. You're listening to KNBR 104.5-680, the sports leader.
Live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock. What inspired that, Jacob? That was great. But our producer, Jacob, picking out some fantastic intro and outro tunes tonight. What got Country Roads on your mind?
Well, that John Denver is full of, you know what? I don't know, man. It just came to me.
There we go.
Like a dream.
I'll take it. While we were at commercial break and thinking about what we want to discuss for the next few minutes, I figured let's take a spin around Major League Baseball and let's keep you updated on where the Giants stand entering their 3-game weekend series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I start floating around and I'm looking for active scores of all my saved teams. So Giants are going to be at the top of that. But we are now within a month of the 49ers' first preseason game. A month from today, Saturday, August 9th, your San Francisco 49ers take on the Denver Broncos for the first of 3 preseason games. Very much looking forward to that. So, with that, let's take a spin around Major League Baseball and keep you updated on the games in progress right now and on the scores that are already final and how they impacted the San Francisco Giants. Top of the 6th inning right now, the Big A down in Anaheim, where the Angels are up 6-5 over the Texas Rangers. Why does that matter to the San Francisco Giants? I'll tell you. The Angels have a player who I think would be a tremendous fit for the Giants' needs right now. And no, it's not Mike Trout. It's a guy who's hitting .226 for the Angels. So, yeah, a lot of you are going to joke out there and say, he'll fit right in San Francisco. It's outfielder Taylor Ward, who was drafted by the Angels in the first round of 2015. Took a while to get his feet under him at the major league level. But when he ultimately did have a breakout season in 2022, hitting 23 home runs, driving in 65 runs, he has since produced at a pretty consistent level. Right now, he's got a .226 average, 20 home runs already for the Angels, and a .773 OPS. Taylor Ward set to become a free agent at the end of next year, so he would cost the Giants a premium. But I look at him as someone who could also potentially play some right field for this team. If needed, he's played mostly left. He is not that great of a defender, but he is a significant upgrade over Luis Matos, who's the platoon partner right now for Mike Yastrzemski. And I think the Giants very much need to find someone who can platoon him from the right side of the plate with Yastrzemski and Jung-Hoo Lee. So I don't know that Taylor Ward particularly fits center field. We know that Elliot Ramos can't play center field. The Giants just have left-handed options in their farm system. It's Grant McCray up next. It's Hunter Bishop behind him. So just left-handed hitter after left-handed hitter in the outfield. They need a right-handed bat. Taylor Ward might be that guy. So Angels up 6-5 over a Rangers team that I think the Giants' Buster Posey ought to target that Rangers bullpen right now. I brought this up earlier in the show to Jacob and Ryan behind the glass this evening. Buster Posey got to get on the phone right now and just take 4 players off the Sacramento Rivercast roster. Marco Luciano, Sean Jelly, Tristan Beck, who will probably find himself there on Friday. Any prospects, any guys up and coming, Mason Black, and just say, we will give you these flyers in exchange for 2 relief pitchers. And the Rangers have Chris Martin, 39-year-old veteran right-hander, and Hobie Milner, 34-year-old veteran left-hander. Both having good seasons, and I think both will be strong fits in San Francisco with the Giants. The Giants team that has had a great bullpen so far this season, but clearly needs more help in the bullpen moving forward. The middle relief portion of the Giants bullpen leaves a little bit to be desired. So that's our first score of the evening. Angels up 6-5 with the Rangers at the Big A. Second score, Arizona Diamondbacks up 6-1 right now over the San Diego Padres, and the Giants very much rooting for the Padres to lose tonight because it would mean that they would continue to hold their ground in the NL wildcard race. Padres entering the evening at 49 and 42. They've been great at home this season. The Diamondbacks 45 and 47. Diamondbacks up 6-1, top of the 7th. They need to go on a run before the trade deadline, but in all likelihood, the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be some of the biggest sellers at this year's deadline. Zach Gallen could be on his way out of Arizona. Merrill Kelly could be on his way out of Arizona. Eugenio Suarez, the third baseman, he could also be finding a new home this summer. Suarez has been heavily linked to the Chicago Cubs. He's someone who it wouldn't shock me if he went back to the Seattle Mariners. It's interesting, though, about Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen and whether or not the Diamondbacks would consider an interdivision trade with the San Francisco Giants, because you think about what the Giants need in their rotation, and it's one more stable guy. Gallen is the high upside guy. He's had a little bit more ups and downs this season, but he's been better of late, and he absolutely shut down the Giants at Chase Field last week, 7 innings, 10 strikeouts. Whereas Kelly has historically been closer to league average, but he's absolutely shoved against the San Francisco Giants. And so we think of him as a better pitcher than he actually is. I wonder if Mike Hazen, the general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, would be willing to do an interdivision trade that would strengthen an opponent for the remainder of the season, knowing that the Diamondbacks and Giants are going to square off several times in the month of September, and his team will be weaker for that. Look, you take, as a general manager or president of baseball operations, the best offer presented to you. And if Buster Posey has the best offer, maybe the Giants would do it. Do you trade Carson Wisenhunt for a rental like Zach Gallen? It's probably not a move that most Giants folks would make right now. Probably not a move most Giants fans would be enamored of right now. I say it might be worth it. And here's the reason. Carson Wisenhunt down in AAA Sacramento was great in April and May. He's tailed off of late. And what worries me about Wisenhunt is the Giants' top pitching prospect, top left-hander, one of the best left-handers in minor league baseball right now, is he's really only a two-pitch guy. Fastball, changeup. He's been working lately on landing the breaking pitch for strikes. But we saw with Kyle Harrison when he got to the major league level and couldn't consistently land the breaking ball for strikes, that his progress was kind of derailed because of that. And I don't know that you can learn that breaking ball at the major league level if you were Carson Wisenhunt. Now, a lot of Giants folks will say, absolutely, we should not risk a potential trade. I say when you got the opportunity, go for it. Who knows how many times this will how many times this opportunity will present itself to you. What if Logan Webb shows up next season and has arm soreness? Yeah, the season's over. So you go for it while you can. You go for it while your guys are hot. Logan Webb and Robbie Ray have been that and more for the Giants this season. Middle of the sixth inning in Sacramento, where the Braves lead the A's 8-1 in a teams that have quickly fallen into an irrelevant stature in Major League Baseball. The Braves 39-51, the A's 38-55. Both teams should be selling at this year's deadline. Luis Severino, 3-year, $67 million contract the A's gave him this offseason. He was all fired up about it. Now he wants out of Sacramento, and understandably so. Why would you want to pitch half your games in a minor league ballpark? You get roughed up each time you go out and you're great on the road. Who would acquire Severino's contract? That's the question. I don't think the Giants would be willing to do that deal. There's some relievers that intrigue me with the A's, but again, those are likely cost-control guys because they're under club control. So it'd be hard to make that deal. The Braves, meanwhile, I saw a name today that intrigued me a little bit. Their catcher, Sean Murphy, is under contract through 2028. And this guy would immediately supplant Patrick Bailey as the Giants starter. In fact, they'd probably have to deal Patrick Bailey to get Sean Murphy to San Francisco. But he's the type of player that would fit. He came up, played for Bob Melvin. He has a lot more power at the plate. 13 homers this season, 787 OPS. He's someone who I think the Braves have someone in their farm system who, it's Drake Baldwin. He projects as a better catcher at the major league level, at least over the next 3, 4, 5 seasons than Sean Murphy. Maybe the Giants could trade for a Sean Murphy and stun the rest of baseball with another veteran acquisition. So, as we go through these lists of scores, thinking about trade deadline candidates. Final and 10 innings today for the Milwaukee Brewers, who took down the Los Angeles Dodgers 3-2. Really, neither of these teams are candidates to trade players to the San Francisco Giants, in part because the Dodgers will never do a deal with the Giants involving a major league player. It's just a bad look for both teams. You're going to lose that deal. One side is going to lose that deal. It's just never going to happen. And the Brewers, a team that a couple months ago I thought, oh, maybe the Giants could pick someone off from their club at the trade deadline. They're 13 games over 500. They're well clear of the Giants in the wild card race right now. You are not taking anyone off of that team that is pitching as well as anyone in Major League Baseball. So, Giants may be happy to see the Brewers win today, although it does mean there's more distance between them and Milwaukee in the wild card race. 415-808-KNBR is the number. When we come back, We will look at the rest of scores around Major League Baseball, talk more trade deadline candidates. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. Now, my friend Connor Grossman stopped by around 8:45 this evening. We'll talk Justin Verlander's performance and what the Giants ought to do with Rafael Devers. Should he play first base this season, or do you just keep him as the DH? Where do you go from here if you're the Giants, Buster Posey, Bob Melvin, and their superstar trade acquisition? Speaking of trades, there are a number of other trade deadline candidates who piqued my interest a little bit. Giants has some flaws, let's be honest. This is a team that's got areas it needs to shore up and areas that could use a little bit of help. And in discussing some of the scores around Major League Baseball today, it's readily apparent that there's some teams like the Texas Rangers, the Los Angeles Angels, that just aren't going to compete this year, and so they'll turn into sellers, and the Giants ought to be buyers. They're presented with a great opportunity in part because they've played well enough to put themselves in position where Buster Posey should lean in, should give up some prospect capital to go out and acquire impact talent. So we gave you the 6-5 Angels lead over the Rangers. We gave you the Diamondbacks ahead 6-2 over the Padres. We gave you the Braves up 8-1 over the Athletics. We also told you the Brewers are ahead 1-3-2. Walk-off in extra innings over the Dodgers. It was Jackson Chourio coming through after they came in the ninth inning and tied the game against Tanner Scott. They beat Kirby Yates in the 10th. Good news for those of you who like to see the Dodgers lose. A few other scores to tell you about. Chicago White Sox, 2-1 winners over the Toronto Blue Jays today, ending the Blue Jays' 10-game win streak. The White Sox, meanwhile, 31-62. Adrian Hauser gets the win. This is a guy who was unremarkable in Milwaukee. In fact, was let go this season by the Brewers. Then, Giants fans might know the name Adrian Hauser because he absolutely shut them down a few Sundays ago. 7 innings, no runs, 4 strikeouts. He was dominant. He's 5-2 with a 1.56 ERA. He's thrown well over 50 innings this year. Adrian Hauser is no joke, and he's going to become available at this year's trade deadline. You can have Adrian Hauser if you're a contending team. You just got to give up something good to the Chicago White Sox. That was a great move by their front office to get him in there, acquire him, help tweak that pitch mix, and turn him into somebody. And now, whoever acquires him, and I think the Giants ought to be in that mix, they're going to be happy people. We'll see if he can continue to do this outside of Chicago, where the pressure's obviously off. But he's reinvented his career. So maybe the Giants call up the White Sox and say, we need a starter. Maybe the Giants explore a reunion with Austin Slater. I know that's blasphemy to many of you out there who called into this show for years and years and said Austin Slater has no place on the San Francisco Giants. But you know who would have a place on the San Francisco Giants? A platoon bat who hits right-handed, who can help spell Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, and Mike Yastrzemski in right. Jacob going to come through the glass. He's saying, Slater, absolutely no way. He wants Kevin Pillar coming out of retirement right now. I'll tell you what, Giants could do a lot worse than Austin Slater, and here's why. In the year 2025, against left-handed pitchers, he's got an 833 OPS. The Giants need guys who can hit lefties. Austin Slater's one of those guys. You can do far worse than a trade deadline acquisition of someone who the clubhouse already knows well. And I know the text line's going to blow up. I know the phone line might ring off the hook for the mere idea of saying Austin Slater would be a good trade deadline acquisition. I'm not talking about an everyday starter in the outfield. I'm talking about someone who, after July 31st, give 150 at-bats to against left-handed pitchers. Giants right now are running out Jung-Hoo Lee or Mike Yastrzemski, one of those two guys against lefties, and neither of them are hitting lefties. So that's just a crazy thought that crossed my mind. Tampa Bay Rays won 7-3 over the Detroit Tigers. Neither of those two teams will probably be trading at this year's deadline, but the name Zach Littell has come up in trade deadline conversations around Major League Baseball. And Littell got the win today for the Rays, 8-7, 3.56 ERA. He's someone who you could bring back if you're Buster Posey, former teammate of Zach Littell. He's pitching well this year for the Rays. He's someone who may be blocking some minor league pitchers in AAA Durham in that organization. So Tampa always creative at the deadline. Just because a player's been productive for them doesn't mean that he will stay productive for them. Tampa always open to different types of deals. The Tigers, meanwhile, 24 games over 500. Unbelievable what Scott Harris has done in Detroit. 59-35 right now. They'll be the first team to 60 wins this week. It's just amazing what the Detroit Tigers have become. They're turning guys like Zach McKinstry into potential all-stars. There are so many players on that Tigers team who are having career years. Love my guy, Kerry Carpenter. Great to see Kerry's thriving around Major League Baseball. Other scores that might be of note. The New York Yankees won 9-6 today over the Seattle Mariners. Jazz Chisholm hit a couple of home runs, and Schlitter got his first career win in his Major League debut.
Be careful, Kerry.
For the New York Yankees. Cam Schlitter. Do not try to say that name fast on the airwaves here on KNBR. Boston Red Sox won 10-2 over the Colorado Rockies today. Lucas Giolito having a fine year. 6-1 now, 3.36 ERA. He has been dominant over his last 6 outings. Antonio Senzatella, the first 13-game loser in Major League Baseball. I think things are bad for Justin Verlander, 0-7. Antonio Senzatella, 3-13 this season with a 6.60 ERA. Rockies will in all likelihood deal Ryan McMahon. I don't think the Giants need another left-handed bat, although maybe on the left side of their infield they could pair McMahon to play some third base with Matt Chapman when he needs a break, play some second base with Casey Schmidt when he needs a break. I don't know. There are worse ideas out there. And then Jake Bird, the reliever in the Rockies bullpen, who I think could be a good trade deadline acquisition for someone. Giants may call on Bird if they are smart and looking interdivision. The Red Sox, meanwhile, 49-45. Who knows what's going on with Craig Breslow in Boston? Maybe they'll continue trading from that team. Jaron Duran's name has come up. I even saw Alex Bregman's name come up after he signed a 5-year, $140 million contract with the Red Sox. I saw his name float as a potential trade deadline guy. I don't see the Giants making a move on Bregman. If they wanted to, they would have done that last offseason. He was widely available. Any team could have had him. I think it's crazy the way that the Red Sox operate. But hey, the Giants take Rafael Devers. A few other scores to keep you updated on. Cincinnati Reds got back over 500 today, 47-46 by taking down the red-hot Miami Marlins, 7-2. Andrew Abbott gets the win. He's now 8-1 with a 2.07 earned run average. And to top it off, Andrew Abbott named an All-Star today, a replacement for the All-Star game, which, by the way, San Diego Padres had their closer, Robert Suarez, named as an All-Star. Guy's got a ton of saves, but an ERA in the threes. No love for Tyler Rogers. No love for a guy with a far lower ERA and just as many appearances. He's not closing games for a team doesn't mean you're not an all-star. Minnesota Twins won 4-2 over the Chicago Cubs. If you are Buster Posey, you got to be on the phone with everyone in Minnesota. They're 45-47. Twins could go into fire sale mode. Obviously, you're not going to go after Carlos Correa. You've got Willie Adames at the shortstop position. But you want to talk about a right-handed platoon outfielder who would fit the San Francisco Giants? Harrison Bader plays great defense in center field. What do the Giants need? Great defenders. Could play right field. Could help out Mike Yastrzemski. Could hit left-handed pitching. Harrison Bader will be at the top of my list in terms of bench bats that I would look to acquire. And then that Minnesota bullpen full of a number of guys, including Griffin Jacks, who could become available. I don't think Joan Duran, their closer, is probably on Buster's list right now, but he's a name to keep in mind. The real name, though, Joe Ryan. If the Twins are going to make a big move, Joe Ryan, without question, Bay Area guy, grew up in Marin. No question in my mind I would trade Carson Wisenhunt and another young piece for Joe Ryan. That's how good he is. He was named to the All-Star game today as a replacement for Hunter Brown. A few other scores to tell you about. The Kansas City Royals, 4-3 winners of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Seth Lugo could be gone at this year's deadline. Lugo, essentially a pending free agent, not expected to opt into his deal. Giants must call on Seth Lugo in Kansas City. He would be someone who you could slot in their rotation, and he could be really good. Washington Nationals won 8-2 of the St. Louis Cardinals. Giants happy to see the Cardinals go down. They're now 49-44, still squarely in the mix in the NL wildcard race. Cleveland Guardians won 4-2 of the Houston Astros. Guardians are a team that could trade some guys. Maybe Emmanuel Clase becomes available at the deadline. I don't know. Maybe Paul Sewald got saved number 2 for that team today. Sewald had some success closing games for the Arizona Diamondbacks last year. I don't really see it, but hey, that's just my thought. And then finally, the Mets and Orioles were postponed. The Mets will be in the wild card race in the National League, so they won't be trading anyone away. The Orioles, meanwhile, 10 games under 500. Brian Baker, Keegan Aiken, 2 middle relief arms in that Orioles bullpen. I'm starting to sound like Larry Krueger talking about 49ers defensive and offensive linemen. Trying to go real deep on the knowledge here. You go middle relief of the Orioles bullpen, you can get some steals at this year's deadline if you're Buster Posey and Zach Manassian. Hope they're out there listening this evening, and hope you are enjoying tonight's show. That's it for our look at the out-of-town scoreboard. On the other side, my friend Connor Grossman going to stop by. He's also going to join me tomorrow night. But we've got a great new podcast out, our Giants Postcards podcast. And today we taped immediately following the end of the Giants matchup with the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll go right into Justin Verlander's performance. And who's at fault for Verlander's winless first half? Is it on the 42-year-old right-hander, or is it on his teammates? Why is he 0-7 headed into the All-Star break? I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. victories, and he's still stuck at magic number 262. The Giants hope that his fortune changes immediately after the All-Star break. I want to thank everyone who's tuned in so far this evening. For those of you out on the roads, please do get home safely. We've entered our final segment of tonight. It's going to sound a little similar to our final segment tomorrow evening here on Sports Phone. My friend Connor Grossman and I, we tape the Giants Postcards podcast, and oftentimes I air this podcast, or at least segments of it, on the weekend during Giants warm-up. What we're going to do right now is play a little snippet, our breakdown of Justin Verlander's performance from today, because we come at it from two different approaches. Connor taking a harsher approach on Verlander, and myself, I kind of think it's the rest of the Giants who let him down today. He had really good stuff, and he had no defense behind him. The offense didn't give him a single run of support. Just can't happen if you're the San Francisco Giants. So Connor and I are going to get into that, and we will start our snippet right here with Connor's breakdown of what went wrong for the 42-year-old right-hander.
It's, I suppose, a little unfair to pick on Verlander right after the start against the Phillies, where a lot of things were out of his control. And frankly, he did look really well. Maybe he looked as good as he has all season against the Phillies, which still meant giving up 4 runs, only 2 earned. This coming on the heels of a start against the A's where he gave up 6 runs in, I think, 3 innings. A start that Verlander called, quote, frankly embarrassing. And it actually came 20 years to the day of his MLB debut. And it was just a moment that felt like it was set up for some picture-perfect moments where all the networks would pull the grainy footage from 2005 about Verlander's debut in Cleveland as a clean-shaven young buck just chucking fastballs against the Cleveland Indians. And then he turned in his worst start of the season for the Giants, when it's totally fair to wonder how many more pitches he's got left in his arm. He's at that time, it was 15 starts without a win. I think he's now up to 16 starts
Today,
without a win.
15 on Wednesday.
Today was okay. I wrote that note when the Giants-Phillies was only midway through, and I guess I revealed how much confidence I had in another Giants comeback. But it's just tough for Verlander. I don't know, Kerry. What are you seeing from Mr. Verlander. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's always going to have worn a Giants jersey, but this has just been about as bad as it could have gone.
Well, I was going to also pick this as the worst thing that
Yeah.
I've seen this week, and for a slightly different reason. The Giants have all the momentum in the world. They win 2 in Sacramento. They win 2 against the Phillies Tuesday night in improbable fashion. They're feeding off of the energy from that victory. They're climbing up the standings. The Dodgers are losing. Verlander's got his best stuff of the season. 97 in the first few innings with the fastball. He was spotting it exactly where he wanted to. His 3 secondary pitches were brilliant. Like his curveball was awesome against the Phillies. And the Giants have no ability to provide him with any run support. It's like as soon as Justin Verlander gets to the mound, the rest of the team shuts off, whether it's the offense or the bullpen. No one can do anything right on the day that Justin Verlander pitches. And for a while, I started to think, it's just matter of a fact that, it's a small sample size. Now I've started to think that it is in these guys' heads. Like they are putting extra pressure on themselves to get the win. Like if you're a hitter and you see Verlander dotting 97 up top against Kyle Schwarber and then throwing curveballs past Bryce Harper in the first inning, you're like, okay, today's the day. We got to get him one. And you're swinging out of your shoes against Jesus Luzardo. And there were 6 guys swinging out of their shoes against Luzardo, who's had a terrible 2 months. Like he was great for his first 7 starts for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's been terrible since then.
Bro just gave up 5 runs to the Reds 4 days ago.
Exactly. So I say the worst thing that I saw this week was the rest of the Giants around Justin Verlander. The defense was atrocious. The bat quality was bad. And not that the bullpen needed to protect the lead today, but it wasn't going to come remotely close to keeping the game within reach for the San Francisco Giants. So it's the 25 other guys on the day that Justin Verlander pitched.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to spin it. I think it just felt like rock bottom, low point for him for the season, what have you, when he got shelled against the A's, because it's like, here we go again. The Giants can't beat a team that, by the looks of their record, is so bad. And now I'm supposed to sit here and believe that the other 25 guys not named Verlander are in their head or getting nerves about playing well for this other guy. Like, this is where the season is at. Yeah. We're not talking about winning games, making the playoffs. We're talking about playing well, getting nervous in front of one guy on the team when he pitches. It just felt like this cannot be, you cannot be serious. This cannot be a real story. And I think I am sitting here in denial that this is a real story. Like, these are professional baseball players, and I don't care how many years that guy has pitched. I don't care how shiny his plaque is going to be in Cooperstown. Can you not just go out there and do your freaking job and close your eyes and not know who's pitching? Like, I am totally in denial that this is a real storyline, because it is.
I can't wait for the day that Justin Verlander picks up a win in a Giants uniform, because my San Francisco Standard headline on John Shea's story is going to be 16th or 17th or 21st times the charm for Justin Verlander in a Giants uniform. And it's going to hit. It's going to hit because it's going to expose how poorly the Giants have played around Verlander. He's been responsible for half of the losses. Like, he hasn't pitched well in half of the games. It's the reason his ERA is 4.7. Like, you're not doing your job if your ERA is 4.7. But on the other side of that, he's turned in 6 quality starts this year. He's given the Giants a chance to win 8 or 9 times out. And what you saw in the series finale against the Phillies was maybe the single worst approach offensively and defensively the Giants have had behind Verlander, and capping it off with the fact that he gives you 6 innings and you still have to use Mike Yastrzemski to finish that ball game. That's a bad look.
Well, that could be a good transition into a somewhat impromptu worst thing I saw this week. I hate to pick on Tristan Beck, but brother, he only got 1 out, gave up 6 runs, 5 hits. It's not good enough. And Dave Fleming, who I greatly respect as a broadcast after his phenomenal performance during Patrick Bailey's walk-off inside the Parker the other night, he was talking about how this middle relief role for the Giants is a little bit of a question mark. And middle relief is probably the least sexy thing you could ever talk about with the baseball team. So the real hardos listening right now, come along for the ride. But middle relief for the Giants, the mop-up duty, the guy who can come in when the game is borderline out of reach, or maybe it is out of reach. Maybe you're up a lot, maybe you're down a lot, but the guy who can just come in and get outs for 2-ish innings. It was Hayden Birdsong.
Yeah.
He was great, graduated to the rotation. It was Spencer Bivens. He was great, has surpassed Ryan Walker seemingly in the bullpen totem pole, and he's coming in higher leverage spots. Since then, it's been a mess. Jelly struggled and was sent down, not to mention all the awful things that have come up about him off the field. Carson Seymour debuted. He didn't last very long. And now Tristan Beck turned in the worst performance of his career. And it's an important role, middle relief, that protects the rest of the team and occasionally even protects the game. And what we saw on Wednesday afternoon was the worst possible outcome when it comes to middle relief. And I don't really know if the Giants have an answer about who should fill that role.
There's an X factor in my mind, and you're probably going to hate this idea because I think most Giants fans will hate this idea. But Keaton,
do you think
Wynn
of me as
started a
most
rehab
Giants
assignment.
fan?
No, I don't. But I think that whenever I come up with a contrarian take, it's rational for 99% of people to hate that. And I would put you in the 99%. We rarely agree when I come up with something incredibly out of the box.
All right. Who are we trading? Who's converting from what to what?
There's 9 guys being traded, but Keaton Wynn started a rehab assignment. And Keaton Wynn never should have been a starter. The Giants brought him up as a starter. They thought that with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and a splitter, he could get by. They were trying to teach him a breaking ball. It never worked. They thought that they had the next Kevin Gossman in Keaton Wynn. And to me, he's always profiled as a potential multi-inning reliever. And he's a 2-pitch guy. If he throws the splitter well on certain days, you can throw him 2 innings. If it's just the fastball, have him unleash for 20 pitches. It's going to be 99 to 100, and that's going to get you through an inning. Like, it's not going to be that bad. I think he could be the answer to the middle relief role come August or whenever he finishes this rehab assignment. The challenge is that enough? Like, I think the Giants need to trade for at least 2 relievers right now. And there are several guys in the organization that I think you part with ease. Like, you throw a package together where you're like, Grant McCray, Marco Luciano, Mason Black, Keaton Wynn, or Tristan Beck, throw a 4-for-1 for a reliever. Like, I think the Giants have enough. I think the Giants have enough 40-man spots where they could legitimately try that. Like, throw 4 prospects at the Texas Rangers and get Chris Martin, 39 years old, and Hobie Milner, 34 years old, back. And you've got a righty and a lefty in your bullpen, 2 guys with sub-3 ERAs. The Giants could do that.
Get some graybeards going on.
Who cares?
I'm not opposed. My general stance when you talk about, I don't know if you want to say scraping the bottom of the barrel, but I think Giants fans value those guys, and the Giants organization might value those guys way more than any other organization. So yeah, I'm not precious about those prospects. Sure, bundle them together and see what you
there's
get.
this drag on the 40-man roster, and you're right that people value the end of the 40-man, and this was conditioned into the fan base by the Farhan Zaidi regime.
Yeah, that's a great point. The moment you said the name Keaton Wynn, I was like, you sound like the teacher from Charlie Brown. I'm just so uninterested. Fine, yeah, have Keaton Wynn be the middle reliever. Right? Keaton Wynn is a scoop of vanilla ice cream, plain bagel, not bad.
Keaton Wynn does something that Sean Jelly, Tristan Beck, Mason Black, and all of these guys don't do, and that's throw 99 with a better off-speed pitch than any of them have. Like, none of these guys have plus stuff. None of these guys throw hard. I don't know how you have 4 of them on your roster at once on the 40-man roster. They desperately need to find guys with plus pitches. It's why Spencer Bivens was able to get on the roster last year, because they're like 96 with movement, like 91 mile an hour slider.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't care that he played for the Gastonia whatever 2 years ago. This guy's good.
I mean, is there anything preventing Wynn from finishing his rehab assignment and becoming that guy? Is the road paved for him to do that?
Probably. But yeah. I think he's just been dealing with elbow issues for 2 years. So how much can you count on that?
That's fair. Well, I know everyone listening is on the edge of their seat about how the Giants are going to solve their middle relief problems, but we'll find out. I want to transition to something a little more interesting, and I don't know what to make of it. It's a classic something or nothing situation where Dave Fleming's brother Will went on the radio in Boston to talk about that while he was in San Francisco when the Red Sox were in town and Rafael Devers had just been traded to the Giants, that Will Clark, I guess, was on the field before the game waiting for Devers to come over to first to take some ground balls and work on some fundamentals, and he never showed up. And then Will Clark, who is really more into the podcasting world than I think most people know, and also referred to him as Rafael Devers, confirmed what Will Fleming was saying, that Clark was there at the ballpark all weekends. Devers never came out early before the game to work with him. And he went so far to say, as next time I'm there to work with him, his ass is going to be on the field. I'm going to leave that alone. Just playing the messenger here. I don't really know what to make of this situation. I did see NBC Sports Bay Area shared a video of Devers getting some work in at first base before the game. So there's that as well.
Yeah, there's photos. Associated Press.
Yes, I'm not here to say what's true, what's not true, but I'm good. Let Devers work on his ability as a first baseman on his own time. Let him only play when he's ready. Dom Smith made some great picks on Tuesday night and kept the game close, that if Devers is there or if someone who is not equipped to play first base is there, the Giants' 3-1 deficit is probably 5-1, maybe 6-1, and the inside the Parker is just a funny footnote and doesn't mean anything. The Giants play too many close games, as we're talking about, and they cannot afford to have a mediocre first baseman. So that's kind of my general stance on everything here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And to add to this, I think that they need to spend time developing Bryce Eldridge at first base, because it will be a loss for the organization if they enter 2026 with Devers playing first and Eldridge DHing. That's something that can't happen. When you've got a 21-year-old athlete, which is what Eldridge is. This guy was a former pitcher. He's 6'7". Gotta have him play the field. I don't care. Like, give him a position for 3 years before he turns into one of the 19 DHs that you'll have in the year 2029, because that's what this Giants roster is going to turn into in the year 2029. Devers he showed up with a groin injury. He's got a back issue. He hasn't played the field yet. You really want to compound all of this? Like, Wilmer Flores is 33 years old and you can barely get him out in the field. Devers is 5 years away from that, and he's got 8 years left on the contract. Just have Devers DH so that you maximize his greatest skill. There is no need to focus on Rafael Devers playing first base. It's a loss if you can't have Bryce Eldridge 6 years from now at 26, 27 years old, manning that position.
I think it's a great point. And can we maybe make the best use of Will Clark's time and send him to Sacramento to work with Eldridge? Is this some wasted effort? I mean, I know maybe there's some ego there, number retired. I get it. Maybe he just wants to be in the big ballpark around the big league players and work with them. But I can sit here comfortably and say that his time is going to be best spent with Eldridge learning how to play first base rather than this Band-Aid that Devers is going to be for this season. I think you're right. I think it would be a failure on the organization's part if next season Devers is getting as much time or more time at first base than Eldridge.
All right, so that will wrap up our conversation with Connor Grossman tonight. He does the Great Giants Postcards podcast with me, and he writes the Great Giants Postcards Substack that you can get delivered to your email inbox every single morning. I would encourage you to do so. It is consistent, it's fun, and Connor's got a great voice when it comes to Giants baseball. He's been following this team for his entire life, and the passion, the fandom, really does show. It comes through in his writing, and I look forward to getting Giants postcards in my email inbox every single morning after a San Francisco Giants game. So with that, it wraps up tonight's show. I promise Connor will be back tomorrow evening. We'll play some snippets from our conversation, kind of big picture on what this series against the Phillies means for the San Francisco Giants moving forward, what we're looking forward to heading into the weekend against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Speaking of the weekend, you can catch all 3 games right here on KNBR. Friday night, it's Logan Webb taking the Hills. Saturday, Giants will go with Landon Roop. And Sunday, they've shuffled the rotation so that Robbie Ray makes the final start before the All-Star break. Hayden Birdsong will be available out of the bullpen. The Giants trying to maximize their best pitchers against a Dodgers team that's coming into San Francisco having lost 6 in a row, the longest skid for Los Angeles since the 2017 season, a year where Giants fans probably didn't look up at the standings too closely because they lost 98 games that season. So with that, I do want to take the time and thank everyone around the KNBR studio this evening for making this show possible, especially our great producer, Jacob Violante. He was here producing Niners Nightly with Larry Kruger. He's always working hard behind the glass, making sure that your shows can be a success. So appreciate Jacob, appreciate the entire crew, and I look forward to being back in studio tomorrow evening when the San Francisco Giants are off, when we can go any variety of subjects. You can just dial us up. 415-808-KNBR is the number. You know where to find us, and I will be here from 7 to 9 tomorrow night fielding your phone calls. Appreciate those of you who called in this evening. Get home safely if you're out on the road. I am Kerry Crowley signing off. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This is the flagship of Giants.